This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Wait.
Okay, guys. Okay. Give me just a few minutes because I gotta get things rolling here. Why is that not showing up? I'm having some tech issues. Give me just a minute, y'all. Yeah, give me just a minute, y'all. I don't know what's going on right now, but I gotta fix a couple of things real quick. Y'all ain't supposed to see that just yet. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now, give me just a minute, y'all. I'm gonna get this thing rolling in a minute. There we go. Shout out to Sean Bradham on Facebook. Give me 1 second. Should be popping up in the chat. Come on, Facebook. I'm having tech issues galore tonight. Come on, man. Why I gotta have this many tech issues on not a celebration like this, man? Come on, bro. Seriously? It's not even showing up in chat. Alright, whatever. If y'all want to join the stream at any point tonight on Facebook, just go check the YouTube chat. It's pinned on there. For some reason, it's not showing up in the Facebook chat. I apologize. It's tech issues, so what can you do, right? But hey, welcome on in, y'all. Welcome on in. Real professional, right? Alright, there we go. So, yeah. We got my man David in here. In the Zoom chat. He's going to be joining us tonight. What's good, David?
Hey, what's up, man?
Alright, so we got a fun one tonight, y'all. Matt Rhule has been fired! Yes, sir! It's a new day in Carolina. Woo! We celebrating tonight. Hey, if you like the stream, if you like the video, if you like the channel, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you're on YouTube. If you're on, go check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for Facebook. in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel, and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football Keep Pounding League. Let's do this. Let's celebrate, y'all. Matt Rhule has left the building. Clown Rhule is gone.
Yeah, the circus is over, finally.
The circus is over. Man, we've been waiting a long time for this. We've been waiting a long time for this. Where's my Clown Rhule at? There he is. Yes, sir. The clown. The clown is gone. The clown is gone, y'all. The clown is gone.
I wasn't down spirits. I was wearing my Clownzilla shirt until he got fired.
Oh my god. Y'all know I've been waiting a long time to do this. Bye-bye to the clown. Woo!
And back to football.
He's officially gone. Alright. Now back to football, man. Alright, so Steve Wilks has been named interim head coach. We're going to talk about where the team is going to go from here, what changes have been made today, besides that, and what our pathings are as far as the schedule, our future, and what everything is going to look like. And then we're going to get into the game details of San Francisco. So, strap in. It's going to be a long, happy ride tonight. Y'all in that BMW seat tonight. Let's go, baby. Grab your drinks. Grab whatever you're drinking, because we're celebrating tonight. That's real talk. David already got a head start on us. Cheers to the Matt Rhule being gone. Woo!
It's a big relief. That's all I gotta say.
Oh my God, you have no idea. You have no idea. Alright, shout out to Corey McKinney, shout out to Vietnam, shout out to Lock Poppy. What's going on, y'all? Lock Poppy says it's about time. Let's go. Vietnam says yes. Yeah, my boy. These guys have been in here every chat, man. Show these guys some love, man.
Hey, and what perfect timing could it be? He got axed, right before Halloween. So the clown got axed.
You know all those It movies when you just facing the Pennywise the clown? We finally got to axe him. We finally got to end the nightmare. And it's like Michael Myers chasing your family around the house, man. You finally get to kill him. Ghostface, you name it.
Yeah.
It's the happy ending of the series.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, I know what I'm going to be for Halloween. I'm going to be Matt Rhule.
Well, you're gonna be Matt Rhule.
That's the scariest thing I could think of this year.
I guess I'll be David Tepper then.
I don't know if y'all saw David Tepper's interview, man, but he looked pissed. He looked straight up pissed. I ain't seen him that mad in a long time.
Well, if you recall, in week 1 he was shaking his head in the press box.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
He was like, "Oh gosh, here we go again, another bad losing season." I think that's what he was
just
thinking.
a matter of time. It really was, man. Alright, so I got a question for everybody here, man. Where were you when you heard the news? I know David was the first one to tell me. I looked on the Panthers main site and I just could not believe my eyes. I was like, "Is this real?" I've seen so many fake articles about, "Oh, we're gonna fire Matt Rhule. Oh, we're gonna fire Matt Rhule. He's gonna get fired this week. He's gonna get fired tomorrow. He's gonna get fired this week." Finally, this one is real. Yeah. It's like that little girl who cried wolf, man. It's like, how many times can you hear, "Oh, wolf, 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 wolf," until finally it's real. But this time it's the other way around. But I mean, you hear it so many times, you're just like, "Man, nah, I don't believe it. Nah, that's garbage. That can't be right."
It's kind of like being chained down in a dungeon, and you're just now getting out of the dungeon and you're free. Like, this is a good feeling. He's gone.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Oh my God. Vietnam says, "I woke up this afternoon and seen the news. I just jumped out of the bed and screamed, 'Yes!'" But it does come at a downside. If we start winning, we will not be able to draft Stroud. Alright, we'll talk about that in a minute, man. We'll talk about that in a minute. Alright, so let's go over a couple of these changes that happened. The first thing that he did was give PJ the starting job for Sunday. Which, I mean, Baker's been diagnosed with an injury, so he's going to be out for, 4 weeks? 2 weeks minimum? So, he's realistically the only quarterback on our depth chart right now. But we still have Hecker. So, don't count us out just yet. We got an emergency quarterback in Hecker, and he can do both jobs, punter and quarterback.
And that's correct.
That. So, so we got PJ in. What are our chances of PJ not throwing hospital balls on Sunday here? That's the realistic question with that. That comes with that one. Next. His first firing was Phil Snow. Now, how much of a coincidence is this when you talk about Cody's info that he got, saying that he argued physically on the field with Phil Snow? How realistic is this looking now? I mean, honestly, that was within the same hour he got hired. I was
That's
like,
crazy.
I was like, really? You gotta be kidding me. Dude, I started jumping for joy on that one, man. I ain't even gonna lie. No more 3-3-2 defense, baby. No more. It's done. It's over with. It's finito. Oh, that feels good. That feels so good, y'all don't even know.
I feel really happy right now. Like,
oh my God, yes.
It's a relief he's gone, man. For real. Gosh.
All right, so his next order of business was firing the special teams assistant coach, which I wasn't even paying attention to this dude, but apparently is a Matt Rhule guy. I mean, I'm cool with it. Vietnam says, "Yep, he got Snow out of here." Yep.
Yeah, all the Matt Rhule people need to go.
Yep. All right, so here's what needs to happen next. Excuse me. This beer is getting to me a little. But what needs to happen this week, and in this order, I need to see, first of all, that strength and conditioning coach fired. Because I am tired of seeing our players keep getting injured. Our star players keep getting injured, most importantly. That is getting obnoxious and unacceptable.
Agreed.
That guy's got to go first. You know, we gotta make sure we have these guys in here and able to play. Then we can start messing with our roster. You know, second order of business, Ben Mcadoo needs to go. No doubt, Ben Mcadoo needs to go. We are sick and tired of watching this offense struggle every single week and not come up with any solutions. Somebody's got to be better than Ben out there, man. I'm telling you. This is his last chance, you know, and he blew it. So in my eyes, this guy's got to go. All right. I need a replacement for Ben McAdoo. So if anybody can come up with one, throw it in chat. We need somebody to replace him. And we need to do this quickly in order to ensure a peaceful transition of power within our organization. What's up, Dimitri? How you doing? Shout out to you. Alright, so happy. I'm relieved. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. But yeah, if you guys can come up with a replacement offensive coordinator, throw them in chat. Now, we have Steve Wilks taking over. Where do we go from here? The next step is we need to ensure a winning, positive, motivated culture within the locker room. Because that's got to start. That's got to begin. You know, we have, we got too much going on within this locker room that is toxic, and we got to get that fixed and turned around. I need a winning product on this field. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm walking into that locker room, team meeting, if I'm Steve Wilks. And I'm saying, get with the program, or we loading you up to get out of here, man. Because this ain't gonna fly no more. We getting serious. We getting down to business. It's time to get to work. You know what I mean? Y'all been sitting around, flying by, getting this money for too long, man. This free money for too long. It's time to get serious. You know. Alright, so the biggest thing this does is it frees up Scott Fitterer to do whatever he wants. Now, the reason this is important is Scott Fitterer has been stuck in second gear because of Matt Rhule. He's been handcuffed and could not get the job done. He's been living off of whatever scouting stuff that Matt Rhule and his crew have been bringing in here, and it's not cool, man. You know, it's handicapped us in a roster. It's handicapped us in a lot of places. So, what I need for Scott Fitterer and Steve Wilks to do is sit down and reorder this draft chart in Steve Wilks's and Scott's favor. Whatever they think it should be. Let's reorder that depth chart. And the first starting point is definitely going to be Bozeman starting over Pat F1. That's number one. Number two, I need Scott Chandler gone. I need Scott Chandler gone today. This dude should not be on a 53-man roster. Should not be anywhere near it. He needs to go. With all due respect, he's a good man, but he ain't the right fit for us. Bye-bye. You're a Matt Rhule guy. Next order of business. Let's call some teams up. Let's see what they want for Robbie Anderson. With all due respect, I like Robbie as a person, but he don't like us as fans. So Nope, bye-bye, out the door. I want a third for him. That's first. That's the first few orders of business I want done in the first few weeks. Now, next thing I want to say is this. Thank you, Scott Fitter, for doing what you've been doing. Thank you so much. You are a blessing upon this franchise right now. Thank you. We do not deserve what you are doing for us. Next thing I need to say. Thank you, David Tepper, for finally coming to your senses and manning up and realizing that you need to be held accountable just the same as the rest of us, man. And you have held yourself accountable. And you did what you needed to do to save this franchise. And I thank you. And from what I heard in that press conference, man, you have admitted that this is not the way to go. And you want to change in Carolina. That to me is as good as an apology. You know, so I accept. And we are moving forward. You are cleared of all issues and any transgressions that I have in my book for you. You are completely cleared. Because here's the thing. I was defending him for the York situation. You know, we're not going to get into that today. But that's for a different day. But right now, as far as I'm concerned, he's clean. He has done what he has needed to do to save this franchise, and I liked a lot of things that I heard in that press conference. Accountability. I liked the fact that he understood how the draft works. I like how he understood how much talent we have on this team. I like how much he understood that it takes patience to build a franchise winner. You know, and I think he exercised just the right amount of patience. That's my opinion. You know, if you go and look at it, I think so. This is a delicate situation, and you never want to have to call for a coach's job. It sucks, man. You know, it does. But when it's necessary, it's necessary. At the end of the day, you want wins, like he was saying. And he's absolutely correct. You know, there's at least a half dozen things I can say right now that he was correct on in that press conference. And I did call it. I did say that Wilkes would be the interim. And I'm very pleased with that. Because immediately Wilkes comes in with change. Immediately. This dude doesn't even waste 3 hours. He doesn't even waste a whole day. He just immediately gets to work. That is what I want to see. That is a fire behind a coach's belly right there. That wants this job. That knows what we have. And knows how to use it. I'm telling you, man. This is the start of something really, really big. And if we stay on this track, we're on the fast track to success, man. Alright, yeah, I want to say thank you to anybody that's been watching the stream, you know, in the front office or even the ownership. Thank you so much, man. Because it means the water has become so much better to drink for the rest of us down here, you know, and you know, it's not muddied up anymore. We're able to handle it, and you heard it, man. You drank the water, and you understood what you needed to do, and I thank you for that. So, it's a blessing to have that kind of love and attention on this stream from the ownership and the management. What a blessing if they are watching. So that being said, we have two paths we can take from here on. The first is winning as many games as we can win, which we'll talk about that when we look at the schedule. How many we could possibly win with the current coaching setup right now. You know, no changes versus changes that I would like to see still happen. And the other one is tank out for that number one spot. Now, either way, we're going to get great players in this draft. Either way. So, the question is, what types of players do we want? You know, and that's where I'm gonna start asking some questions here. Some very difficult questions that need to be asked as far as what we're scouting, what we're trying to get, and everything else. All right, so as far as players that need to be traded out, since that is a hot topic right now, there's a lot of rumors going around. So we're going to start player by player, and we're going to go from there. And I'm going to ask David yes or no on each one of these guys. All right, starting with Robbie Anderson. Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
He's a hazard in the locker room.
Okay, so no meaning trade him. Got it. All right, next one. Brian Burns. Yes or no?
Keep. Yes.
All right. I'm 50-50 on Brian Burns. Who else? Y'all in the chat say yes or no. All right.
Well, I understand why you're 50-50 because he was saying that he had Matt Rhule's back, correct?
He was actually really upset with Phil Snow for not using him correctly.
Well, true.
All right, and if you're in chat, say yes or no, and then the player that we're talking about. That way, you know, you can keep up and not get left behind here, because we're gonna go kind of quick here. Yeah. Next one is CMC. Yes or no?
Yes, keep.
I agree, and I'll explain why in a minute. All right. Next one is Ian Thomas. Yes or no?
I'm gonna honestly say no.
Okay. I expected you to say that. How about Tommy Tremble? Yes or no?
I'm kind of 50-50 on him. Not sure.
Okay.
He's still young.
Okay. All right, so the next one is Baker Mayfield. Yes or no?
That's a tough one. Oh, gosh.
It is.
Kind of 50-50 on that one also.
I agree as well. I have not come up with a decision on him yet. Next one is going to be DJ Moore.
Keep.
Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Keep. All right. Then we're going to move on to who else has been thrown out there? Sam Darnold. Yes or no?
No.
Agreed. We need to move Sam Darnold. And bonus question. Sean Chandler, should he stay on the roster or no?
Big no.
Big no. Correct answer. That was a bonus question, and I'm not even going to bother asking the chat that one. Because they already know how I feel about that. As far as I'm concerned, Jeremy Chin is not going to be on that list, but let's just do it for the heck of it. Yes or no on Jeremy Chin, guys? Why not? Keep Jeremy Chin? Okay. That seems to be the consensus. I agree. Get rid of Chandler? Yes. Agreed. Alright. Please keep Chin? Yeah. I just did that one just for the laughs, because I knew we were going to try to keep Chin anyway. I just figured why not, Alright, so general consensus from the chat. Oh, we're going to do one more. PJ. Let's do PJ. Yes or no?
I think he has potential. Needs some work, but I say keep, maybe as a backup in the future.
I agree. Alright, you said get rid of Chandler and Henderson. Really, CJ? There's a lot of people that seem to want CJ gone. Wow.
I mean, personally, I don't. But
Henderson is awful, according to Lock Poppy. Oh, yeah, YGM. Gross Matos. Let's do it. Gross Matos, yes or no?
oh gosh, that's tough. I see potential in him, but I'm gonna say toss. No.
I agree. Anybody else y'all want me to do? Oh, TMJ? Terrence Marshall Jr.? Yes
Definitely
or no?
keeper. Yes, keeper.
Keeper. Alright. Shaw Smith?
Gosh. I'm gonna say 70% keep.
I agree. I like Shaw Smith. I think he's got a lot of potential. We just need to use him right.
I like him, but he's been dropping a lot of balls.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's my only concern about him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great player, though.
Yep. At one point, they were wanting us to possibly trade Shaq, but I said no. And the reason I say no is because he's an excellent run stopper for us. He's been stepping up this year, and I got to give him his props. How you feel about Shaq?
Yeah, I like him.
He's weak in coverage still, but, if we use him correctly.
I mean, I've seen a lot of, good footage on him, though, as far as, his, tackling, as far as, I mean, he's a really hard tackler when he brings an opponent down.
Yeah.
He's really aggressive. So I do like that about the guy, but, yeah, you are right about what you just said.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so I'm going to start with, I'm actually going to start with CMC here. The reason I think that CMC would be a mistake is because we know what he can do when he's not being restricted. We know he's got the talent. We know he's got a few years left in him. It would be really foolish to get rid of him. Really foolish. Same thing with DJ. I think, one bad year with DJ, and you're going, let's trade him, even though he had 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, even under Joe Brady. I mean, moving him would just be a really stupid move, in my opinion.
I just want to say one thing, man. It's
that would come back to bite us.
It's hard to get any yards under Matt Rhule.
That's a fact. Alright, let me reset Zoom real quick. My apologies. It does that. But yeah. I'm gonna talk about DJ real quick. I mean, 1,000-yard season and you're gonna throw him out to the Wolves? Like, how does that make sense at all? I just don't see it. Like, that makes... You know, and you look at CMC and you go, oh, well, he got injured twice. Go ahead and jump back in, David. I fixed it. But yeah, they, we watched CMC get injured, and it's just every year. But it's because we're mismanaging him, though. That's the problem. If we weren't mismanaging him, we wouldn't have a problem. You know? Why trade the man when clearly all we have to do is fix the line and stop overusing him? It's a coaching issue. I've been saying that for a long time. And I'm telling you, I think Steve Wilkes has figured this out too. And we're going to see. We're going to see for sure. But I like having him there. You know, I like being able to use him in several different situations. I mean, he is basically a huge security blanket for us. I can't see on stream. Give me 1 second. Tech issues. Stand by. Stand by real quick. It does this. There we go. All right, you're good to go. All right. So with CMC, that would be a major mistake. You know, he's that easy security check down that you could throw it to, and he'll get yards after the catch. I mean, it's a major piece to our offense that we can't afford to lose, in my opinion. You know, and the 25 carries that we gave him in the Cleveland game, there's not in the Cleveland game, but in the Giants game, it was just unnecessary to overuse him that much. Like, we have other receivers, we have other players on that offense. So, and I think under Steve Wilkes, you're going to see those other players get unleashed a little bit more. Now, to David's question, you know, that he asked earlier, go ahead and ask that question again, of whether or not Matt Rhule was holding back Ben Mcadoo. You know?
Yeah, it was just a theory I had.
I think, yeah, I agree. I'm starting to feed a little bit more into that. And I want to see how much he was holding him back. And we're going to find out on Sunday. The question is, what types of plays are going to be run now that Steve Wilkes is running it? It's a huge question mark, man.
It is.
I'm just hoping, you know, at this rate, I would rather see the West Coast offense run by Norv Turner than I would to see the Ben Mcadoo one that's being run right now. At least we got down the field and we were able to at least get into the red zone with the West Coast. But, I mean, it's a mess, dude. It really is. and we got to find a way to use all these players.
I mean, it might be false. You know, like he might not have been holding Ben Mcadoo back, but at the same time, I'm kind of wondering if he was.
Yeah.
Kind of like 50-50 on it. I don't know.
Yeah, same here, man. So while we're on the offense, Robbie Anderson, to me, he's been talking a lot of junk in the offseason about us as fans. He's been talking a lot of junk about this, that, and the other, and actually defending Matt Rhule. And I mean, do we really want that? Come on, folks. That's a toxic conversation we don't need to be having. You know, I say move the man for a third. We got wide receivers. We'll be fine. You know, Shi Smith just proved that. Laviska just proved that once he gets healthy. I mean, here's my question to you. How much of an upside do you think Laviska has?
I think he has a lot of upside.
Yeah. I happen to agree with that. I think he's a deep ball threat. I think he's a yards after the catch man. He could really get us going.
Corey, let's go and talk about the return game.
Yes.
That man, what's his name? Gosh.
Somebody in chat probably has that name. Hold up. Let me actually look. In depth chart, I could probably tell you.
That is one man we need to keep. For real.
Let's see. They got Laviska back there right now on the depth chart.
I mean, to have 7 receptions for 200 yards, just receiving, like...
Oh, it's Blackshear.
Yeah,
Raheem Blackshear.
Yes, that man.
Yes. Let me put this up on screen for people so they can see what we're looking at here. Hold on. And action. There we go. Got it. We've been having tech issues all night, and I finally got it. All right, so with Raheem Blackshear, we're looking at a guy from Virginia Tech, 5'9", 190, rookie. But, I mean, if you look at what he was able to do in this most recent game, and I don't think it was recorded on the team website yet because we don't have anything there. But we can check ESPN real quick. This dude actually did really, really well for us. Stats. And I'm looking for the return game. Returning game, yes. In 7 attempts, this man has racked up 200 yards, ladies and gentlemen. 200 yards. That is more than Chuba Hubbard. That is more than Laviska. That is more than CMC would have gotten back there. In 7 attempts, you're looking at 28.6 average, 48 yards long. And I mean, this dude reached the midfield line twice on 2 different kickoff returns. I watched it and I was just like, who is this dude? You know, it amazed me. I was like, wow. And you're talking, like, this is more yardage than CMC gets a game.
I'm just saying, if we had... Just think
this
about
is
this.
nuts.
If we had, like, a star-powered offense with him returning, how it would be so deadly. Oh, my God.
That would be incredible. That really would be incredible. Uh, and the thing is, he is listed as a running back. He is a 4th-string running back. Why he was ever named 4th-string running back and not higher, I don't know. Now, y'all know how I feel about Freeman. And Steve Smith feels the same way about Freeman. You know, we listen to him. He's not even on our roster. But yet, Matt Rhule had Dante Foreman battling it out with Chuba Hubbard for 2nd string. That needs to change. That needs to change on Sunday, and it needs to change ASAP.
It's already changed. He's gone.
Yeah, Foreman needs to go. He ain't it. Foreman ain't it, man. It's for me that running back depth chart is CMC obviously number 1, because you're never gonna replace CMC. I don't care. You got Chuba Hubbard at number 2, obvious 2nd choice, and then I like Blackshear as number 3, man, because I want to see what this dude's got, man. Plug him in a few short yardage situations. Let's see what he can do. You know?
I have noticed this about the season too. Like we basically abandoned the running game, like establishing the run.
Yeah,
you know,
I want to see him use all 3 of these guys.
Like Matt Rhule was just garbage.
Yeah. I need to see this offensive crew use all 3 of these running backs. CMC, Chuba, and Blackshear. I need to see it on Sunday. Split those carries. You know,
Has a lot of potential, I think. Gosh.
25, 25, 50. That's what I need to see, that split of carries. Because Chuba should not be overused. You know, CMC should not be overused with the 50%, you know, of the game. And then Blackshear, you know, 25%, because I want to see what this dude's got. We're going to test his actual averages, you know, in this game on Sunday. That's what I want. That way you get the best of all 3 of these guys. And as far as wide receivers, I need to see more of Shi Smith. I need to see more of TMJ. I need to see more of LaVisca when he's healthy. Get those guys on the field in different packages.
And please, for the love of God, start Bozeman, please.
Yes. For the love of everything green on this earth, start Bozeman. We have a Super Bowl center sitting on our bench right now, and it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. You go pay him all that money and you're just going to sit him on the bench. No. Now, if he ain't talented enough, then in that case, I have no problem with it. But I refuse to believe that man has declined in talent in a year's time. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that.
And he hasn't been on the injury report at all.
And I have watched this dude through training camp and preseason. I've seen him in person. Folks, there ain't no way that man has declined in talent in that much time. There ain't no way. I'm not buying it. I sat through six training camp days. I saw him through the entire camp days. Nah, that's Matt Rhule screwing up our roster right there. That's got to change before Sunday.
He just wanted the money. We're gonna see a lot of changes from Sunday. I really think that.
Yep. That's exactly it, man. Matt Rhule just wanted the money.
And it's sad he was here for just the money, not our team, not the fans.
Mm-hmm.
It's really disgusting, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And all that money he's getting paid is disgusting.
Absolutely agree. Speaking of, we are paying this man. What is it? $834,000 a month for the next 48 months to sit on his couch. Can y'all believe that? That is some sad garbage right there.
Awful.
And we paid this man a full $8 million on this contract. $8 million.
Thanks.
Have any of y'all ever seen even just $1 million in your life? Even just one? Dude, I haven't. So,
I really think it's gonna be hard for David Tepper to sleep tonight.
I'll tell you what, man. If I'm Steve Wilkes, I'm grabbing a steak dinner, I'm grabbing some wine, and I'm saying, yes, sir. I got my control of my team back.
And watch this, Steve Wilkes ain't getting paid as much as Matt Rhule, and he's gonna do such a better job than that clown.
Oh, absolutely. Any day of the week. Any day of the week, bro. Steve Wilkes wanted this job, bro. He wanted it. From the very start.
And he's had, NFL experience for, like 15 years?
Yes.
Something like that.
He got a taste of that head coaching job over in Arizona. He said, I want more of that. But I want it in Carolina. I want it back in my home state. Back where I'm familiar. It's familiar territory. I love all these people, man.
I think we're gonna see a different team Sunday. That's all I gotta say. I really do. I like that.
This is gonna be a different team. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it. Because in that first hour, this man is a man of action. Okay? He ain't just talk. He ain't just gonna come up into the podium in the first hour and just go yap, 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 car salesman nonsense like Matt Rhule. No. Steve Wilkes didn't even say a word. He didn't even have an entrance interview. He didn't even... No. There was no entrance presser. There was no exit presser for Matt Rhule either. Steve Wilkes just said, boom, boom, boom. I'm firing you, I'm firing you, I'm firing you. Let's go. Right out of the gate. Didn't even waste time, y'all. I mean, I was just like... That's what we're looking for.
Phil Snow is gone. The snowstorm's over.
Oh, man. Yeah, the two most important ones that we need off that list now that I posted on Facebook are the strength and conditioning coach. We can deal with the assistant later, but I want the strength and conditioning guy off the board right now, and I want Ben Mcadoo gone. And I'm going to tell you who I want to replace him right now. Because when you replace people, you have to have people to take over for them.
True.
Now, my suggestion to take over for that spot is... Hold on, let me find him. Where is he? Sean Ryan. And here's why I say Sean Ryan should take over. If you've been paying attention to Sean Ryan, this dude coached Matthew Stafford when he got 4,397 yards as a Lions team, ranking 8th in the NFL, by the way, in 2020. Even though Stafford battled those injuries, he still ended with the 8th career 4,000-yard season. Tied for 5th amongst quarterbacks since 2009. I mean, this dude is rivaling Ken Dorsey at this point. And Ken Dorsey, y'all know, was the Cam Newton quarterback. So, Stafford that year ranked 6th in the NFL passer rating, 106.0, despite only appearing in 8 games. And he led in the NFL passing yards wise with 2,499 and 19 passing touchdowns. This is not a fluke, folks. This dude's real. And then in 3 seasons with Houston, he actually worked with Deshaun Watson, who, as y'all remember, we were trying to get. Now, Watson ranks 6th in the league with a passer rating of, guess what, 103.1, throwing 26 touchdowns and 9 picks. This is the Deshaun Watson numbers I expected in the NFL. This is what I was used to watching in a Clemson uniform. This dude is real. Okay? He got the most out of Watson. He got the most out of Stafford. And Stafford just won a Super Bowl. Think about that, folks. Now, prior to that, he was with the Giants, and the Giants won 2 Super Bowls. So he worked with Eli Manning as well. What a shocker, right? Come on. He worked with the wide receivers with the Saints in 2010 and 11, 14 and 15. That's why the Saints wide receivers were so good. The quarterbacks in 2012, 2013, so he worked with Drew Brees too. That's 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks. 3. Oh, and we're not done yet, man. We're not done yet. He worked with Odell Beckham Jr. and made him a second straight Pro Bowler with 13 receiving touchdowns, tying a franchise season record. This dude's real, man. I'm not even going to go into his college years, but he's from Harvard, Albany, Colgate, Boston College. Boston College is a big name, but, you know. But, I mean, look at the list here, man. Look at the coaching career list. This is big. You know, you got wide receivers for the Giants, quarterbacks for the Giants, wide receivers again for the Giants. They weren't sure totally what to do with him. But, I mean, this is what we want. This is an all-star resume right here. Sean Ryan, folks. Look at that face. Remember that face. That's going to be your next offensive coordinator.
What about our new defensive coordinator, Al Holcomb?
Yes, sir. Let's get into Al Holcomb. For those that are not familiar with Al Holcomb, oh, you guys are going to have a blast with this one. This dude came from West Virginia. He's been around for a bit, man. Most of you probably remember his name, but you don't know who he is. If you've been to the training camps, you've actually seen him work. But he worked closely with Jeremy Chin in 2020 for his rookie year to give him the Rookie of the Year award. Now, before that, he was working with the linebacking crew during our Super Bowl years, 14 and 15. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, he has worked with Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, A.J. Klein, and the rest of that crew that we had. This is, I mean...
It's nasty.
Come on, man. Dude, who could we imagine to be a better defensive coordinator than Luke Kuechly himself? Besides Al Holcomb, right now. This is beautiful. I mean, we're about to get the Legion of Boom 2.0. We're about to get Luke Kuechly's crew 2.0. Now that Scott Fitter is off the chain, man, and he's allowed to draft whoever he wants, this next crew is being led by Frankie Louvu. He's going to be the next Luke Kuechly. We
I
already got
agree.
Shaq in the business right now. I mean, that's... Come on, man. What more do you want?
Get one more linebacker out of the draft, we'll be set.
Yes, sir. I mean, Al Holcomb is legit, man. Al Holcomb is legit. Wilkes knows what he's doing. Absolutely. I told y'all that. I straight up told y'all that.
You called it. Yeah.
Bro, this team could be nasty by the time Wilkes is done building it. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what this man can build.
But honestly, all us Panther fans didn't expect Matt Rhule to get fired this early.
No, we didn't.
And
I'll be the first one to tell you I didn't. Man, if Steve Wilkes is smart, Matt, I'm telling you, Sean Ryan should be our next offensive coordinator.
And props to David Tepper. We need to give props to him because
yes.
he came out and said what he wanted to say, and everything he said was pretty legit. So I mean, props to him.
Absolutely. Let's go to this chat real quick. We've got we'll talk about a few of those other players that I mentioned earlier in a minute, but that could be our next breakout player behind CMC. Talking about Blackshear, absolutely.
Yep.
Because that guy is fast and he can make you miss. True. I still like Chuba right now. I need a little bit more development out of Blackshear behind center. You know, I want to see what he can do. Give him a test run. You know, give that car a test run, man. Under a proper offense. We got run blockers right now. So that was the time to test him properly. You know, since we don't really know what we're doing with our offense. So I would give him a test run.
I mean, for a return man, for 7 attempts for 200 yards, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That, for a return game, that is more yards than CMC gets an entire game in his prime. In his prime and healthy. That is scary. Not even Chuba was racking that much up. And we tried to pull Chuba back there as a return man. That didn't work out too well. He fumbled it a couple of times. But he picked up his own fumble. I give him credit. But, you know, it's still a case of fumbleitis for him. So what I need to see from him is just some fumble drills, you know, jug machine. Just do that for about 30 minutes a day. You know, it'll get him fixed up, man. Him and them tight ends. Just put them all in the jug machine. Not a problem. You know, we'll have that fixed in about 2 weeks probably. Maybe a week. Tepper saw the 49ers had a home game yesterday and finally realized. Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't think it was the crowd. Like, he even said it wasn't even the crowd that woke him up. It was just the sheer disgustingness of how we lost that game. And I have to agree. You know, we lost majorly. It wasn't a fun loss, and, you know, we had to do what we had to do. And we all saw it coming. It wasn't nothing new. You know, the Niners had Garoppolo rolling and doling, you know, with that offense. So, I mean, what do you want? You know, so part of me wants to believe it was the crowd, you know, being 49ers majority, but part of me also wants to believe it wasn't. You know what I mean? So, what do you think? I
That's a
mean,
good
did the
question.
boycott work? Or do you even believe it was a boycott?
I mean, I looked at the pictures. They look pretty sad and grim and bleak. Like like it didn't feel like a Panther game because like most of the seats were empty. You really look at it, and I don't know. It's depressing seeing that crap. I don't know.
I agree. I totally agree. And like I'm halfway in between. Like, was it a boycott or was it not? You know, was it this issue? You know, of San Francisco people being in the seats versus was it not? You know, that
Or
woke him up.
you know, it could have been Panther fans dressed as San Francisco just to make a point. Also,
That's a good point. I have seen other fan bases do that. That is actually a good point. I've seen that happen in the past. You know, Detroit fans have done that a few times. Go talk to them. They know something about that. Um, but yeah, it's good, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, this is what it takes. You know what I mean?
yep.
But at the same time, like, if it did work, now we know what Tepper's soft side is. You know what I mean? His soft underbelly side is. If
Here's
we
the
need to
thing.
make a change at head coach, we know what to do. But
You know, if if Ben McAdoo ain't fired this week, you know what I'm saying, and he's there Sunday playing offense coordinator, and he actually does good. Then we know there was a problem the whole time, you know, holding him back.
yep,
We know that, but
exactly. Wilkes knows what he's doing. Smart man Wilkes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been trying to tell y'all. This is exactly what Steve Wilkes is capable of doing, man. He's a man of action. He's going to come into that locker room and he's just going to say, all right, here's the business. You're either on board or you're not. Let's get it. I want to see a win.
Go.
I mean, that's the attitude we need in Carolina right there. You immediately make changes. You immediately call that team meeting, you know, the next day. That's what we need right there. You know, we need that culture change.
I mean,
Tepper saw that and he said, hold on a second. I like this. I like this man's attitude.
Here is the scary thing about my Rhule.
Yeah.
Okay, if he was holding players back, you know, he could hold everybody else back, right? Like, it's scary just thinking about that. Like, he can hold everybody back.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Not just players, but other coaches too.
Exactly. He's definitely holding Scott Fitterer back. So, you know, that is a possibility now. So we're gonna find out how real that is. You know, I do believe that these are the correct choices for what we want out of our coaches, man.
And I really think there's a reason Ben McAdoo wasn't fired today. I just got a gut feeling. There's a reason behind that.
Yep. I also want to say one more thing about Al Holcomb. He was the defensive coordinator in Arizona as well when Steve Wilkes was there. And you've also got him as the defensive run game coordinator and linebackers coach in Cleveland the year that Baker had his successful year in Cleveland.
Yep.
That was a really good defense there. So then he comes back and he becomes the defensive run game coordinator last year. You know, we had a little trouble, but I think Phil Snow was holding him back. that being said, now he is the defensive coordinator once again, in his career. So, correct me if I'm wrong. In 2018, wasn't that the same year that Sean Ryan was over there in Arizona as well?
I believe so.
Wow. Oh, and let's not forget 2009 to 2010 Giants defensive quality control. 2011-2012 Giants defensive assistant. That is something right there, isn't it? I mean, look at all the connections, man. We're putting together a all-star crew here in the coaching staff that has had a history of success.
I'm saying Ben McAdoo, didn't he get Eli his first Super Bowl ring? Right or wrong?
Yes, he did.
So
it was more so the offensive coordinator that did it.
I'm just saying something's fishy here. Like,
and the quarterback coach.
Something's really fishy here about Matt Rhule. Like, I don't know. I know he's gone, but I'm just trying to think about, like, what kind of person he was. Like, what kind of, like, this. All thoughts are going through my head right now. I don't know.
Well, the person he was is just a money grubber. Realistically. If you think about it, he was going to take that job up in New York, and he saw that bigger offer of cash grab from Tepper, and he said, why not? Dibs. But,
well, let's just say he would have gone to New York. You think the outcome would have been the same or different?
It would have been the same up there. Because if you look at New York teams, the Jets are awful. It would have been another awful hire by the New York Jets had he been hired there. And the record would have shown it because their talent is just not there. And Robbie Anderson, consider this. He has the talent. So he should not be one of those money grubbers. But when he was up in New York, he said, why not, man? I'm just going to grab a bag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when he's with a team that actually makes him compete, he just goes, oh, wait a minute. I got to actually earn my job here.
Yeah, but, I mean, I will say this about Robbie. He's a locker room, like, disaster.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he can be a good player.
Yeah.
He'll put all that to the side, but he's not going to do that. He's kind of like a Terrell Owens, like.
Right.
I don't.
That's actually a really good comparison. I like that one. Because of that reason. He's shown the flashes. He's shown he has the skills, up to a certain point. But I mean, it's not Pro Bowl level, but it's just below it. You know what I mean? And at his peak, in my opinion. If you push it any further than that, I don't think he's just gonna go out there and just play for money.
I mean,
really push it.
I think all Robbie Anderson is just he doesn't want drama, and
I don't like him. Speaking publicly, right now. I like him as a person, but I don't like him speaking publicly, for us, because it throws us under the bus as fans. It throws the entire team under the bus, and it's unhealthy. And he's earned the right to be heard. I'll grant him that. He's put up the numbers this year. He's shown what he can do. There's nothing wrong with him on the field. He was held back last year by Joe Brady's offense. So we know what he can do. No question about that. He was putting up the same numbers under Sam Darnold up in New York. So,
but Medusa has to go.
I mean, to me,
Uh,
it's time to trade him. He's part of that
yep,
Matt Rule crew, and if you diss the fans, you treat us like garbage. You need to go. Point blank.
exactly.
The fans are the most important part of the franchise. Jerry Richardson started that, man.
I mean, I don't care how good of a receiver you are. If you're gonna sit there and talk junk about the team and like and be blasphemous for everybody in the fan base, you need to go.
Right. I mean, we can't have that. Now I'll give CMC a pass because he was actually just defending Matt Rule. That's just a player defending his coach. Give him a pass on that. Come on. Any player would do that if they feel passionately enough about their coach. And I mean, granted, Matt Rule is a good guy, locker room guy. He could give a rousing speech, but once these guys get out on the field, it's just like, here we go, another Sunday.
Yep.
Another bunch of excuses we got to put up to explain ourselves after this.
And Matt Rule really got on nerves. He's like, yeah, we need to put more points on the board. Well, no crap.
You can't win a game if you don't put off points on the board. Really now? What cereal box did you get that out of?
He would always say that in his press conferences. We need to put more points on the board. Well, why not fix the problem?
Yeah, exactly. What Chinese fortune cookie did you find that info in? Like, really? You're just now realizing this.
I got so tired of hearing that.
Oh my god, man. It really was excuse after excuse after excuse. And I'm sick and tired of it. And I mean, many fans are too. Jump back in here, David. It's back on. Zoom was chopping out again. So, but yeah, Steve Wilkes really does know what he's doing, though, man. I do believe it. I believe in what this franchise is about to become, and he's the man to do it. All right, so,
for some reason it kicked me out again. I had to
it's Zoom. It does that. If anybody's got a better platform way to do these streams, where I can get people in here without having to do calls, let me know. Because I would like to do that. And I've been experimenting with StreamYard, but there's only so many hours free that you get, and I don't want to have to pay money for it, so, it is what it is. But, until then, we gotta live with Zoom in the free videos and stuff. So, yeah, where do we go from here? That's the big question. Oh, Discord. Discord's got a video session thing that you can put on here. Alright, I'll try that out. Appreciate it, Lock Poppy. Yeah, yeah, one of y'all message me about that later on after the stream, and I'll look into it tomorrow, alright? Alright, so, before the changing of, Sean Ryan, as our new offensive coordinator, hopefully, we can hope, right? This is what I expect to happen. Okay, we're going to come out fighting on Sunday. And this is before we get the strength and conditioning coach changed out too. You know, we're not going to see real change on injuries until both of those guys are gone. Him and the assistant. But realistically, what I expect is for us to come out fighting in that first quarter defensively a lot harder than we were before. You know, this is going to be a defensive game against the Rams. And, you know, if we play well enough, we might surprise these guys on tape, man.
Yeah, honestly, the Rams have been struggling. So.
They have, actually. If you look at the Rams, give me one moment, I'm going to find them. Where are they? There they are. So let's take a look at the Rams real quick. They just lost to the Cowboys 22-10. And you're dealing with a team that has now lost to the Bills week 1, 31-10. This is when we thought the Buffalo Bills were unbeatable, right? They were the target for the entire league. Then they go and play a home game against the Falcons. They win that one, 31-27. They beat the Cardinals 20-12. All right, so that defense starts to settle in. The offense, however, that's where it starts to become a problem. And then all of a sudden you see the defense fall apart against the 49ers 24-9. The Cowboys got 22 on them. The offense for the Rams has only put up a total of 19 points in the last 2 weeks. Things that make you go, when it comes to the Rams. You know, do we have a shot here with the 4 o'clock game in LA? With the talent that we have and the things that we're trying to do, this is really interesting. You know, with Wilkes taking the reins here, you know, I'm not worried about us defensively. I'm worried about us offensively. We'll talk about the defense in a minute. But offensively, we have a real problem. Because we can't get points on the board. You know, you look at what we've been able to do so far, it's pretty pitiful. And as long as Ben Mcadoo is running the show right now, and until we know for 100% sure whether this dude is legitimate or not, we could be in some real trouble here. I mean, alright, so my question for you, David Screws, is, you know, what do you think our offense is going to look like unrestricted and in Ben McAdoo's hands?
I might 50-50 on it. I don't know, man.
You know, does it look like, you know, a variety wide receiver stream game here? Does it look like, you know, some of these wide receivers might get involved? The running backs might get some carries?
I mean, my gut feeling about Ben McAdoo is he's more of a pass-heavy offense. So, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that's what he was touting, you know, as an offensive coordinator. That's what he said he wanted. Now, the problem is we have, again, offensive line, predominant offensive linemen, you know, that are run blockers. Run blockers.
But the
60-40 run blockers.
Problem is, when Matt Rhule was here, he didn't want to start like nobody good, like Terrace Marshall. He didn't want to just a couple snaps, you know, and I don't know. Ben McAdoo might be a really good offensive coordinator. We don't know. You know, I really can't say nothing until Sunday comes. I mean, I don't know.
Right.
I really don't know.
I think, we could still get some more out of this offense, maybe 24 points max right now. But the protection is going to break down offensively, when you're looking at pass protection for a good half of the game, like it was before. Because, again, you have the wrong types of linemen out there. And whose fault was that? Matt Rhule's. Because he's telling you, okay, we want these certain linemen, when we have a shotgun type offense, it's not going to work. What are you trying to do? Run an RPO with run predominant offensive linemen? It's not going to work.
Yeah.
All right, that's been proven again and again and again in the league. All right, so again, what you want if you're going to run a shotgun type offense, you want RPO type players. You want an RPO based offensive line, shotgun, pass protection predominant. You want wide receivers that are really good on yards after the catch. Quick, easy, 5-yard plays. Just tempo. That's what Clemson teaches you when you watch them play. Watch how fast they play. That's what I'm trying to explain to people about the RPO when it's run properly. To its fullest extent. Go back and watch the Trevor Lawrence years. Go back and watch the Deshaun Watson years, with their offense.
I really think what Steve Wilkes is doing right now, I think he's I think he wants to give Ben Mcadoo a chance because he was under Matt Rhule and the jokester of the league. And I think he wants to give him like 1 or 2 weeks. And if he don't improve, he's going to be fired. And no doubt we'll find another coordinator.
Yeah. And my point being is you can run the RPO in the NFL. It's been done several times over. You got Lamar Jackson, you got Russell Wilson, you got Watson that runs it.
But don't you have to have the right quarterback to do that?
That is correct. And Baker Mayfield is not that type of quarterback.
No, he's not. No.
That's why we were trying so hard to get Watson in this most recent run here. We also went after Matthew Stafford, which is a wise move because he ended up being the Super Bowl winner recently. So, great choice. We had that all lined up except for the money. So, these were good choices that we were going after, as far as big names, to fit this RPO type offense. So, I don't know what's going on with the rest of this offense, though. That's the thing. When you got the wrong people, you got the wrong people.
True.
Yeah, man. All right, man. You wanted to call it a night, David?
Yeah, I do. I'm tired.
All right, buddy. You have a great night. Appreciate you being on. Come on again anytime. We'd love to have you.
All right, I was gonna say you do a great job, and you're awesome. You're an awesome guy, man.
Thank you so much.
And, I'm gonna jump off here, but just want to say keep pounding and go Panthers.
All right, man. Keep pounding indeed.
Right.
Keep pounding
All right,
indeed.
Later,
Better, man. All right. So, I want to say this right now. The sun will shine on this team again. Under Steve Wilkes. We will succeed. We are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And it's just amazing. It's so fun to be a part of this right now. And the RPO can work. Like I said, Baker is not that guy, but you go after the right people, it will. College teams that have run the RPO successfully, such as Oregon under Chip Kelly, you know, he tried to bring it up to the NFL, but it didn't work because he didn't use the right people. Again, it's personnel. You got to have the right people, and you got to be able to run it with a tempo, and that's the key. If you don't run it with a tempo and you don't have the right people, it's not going to work. And even Lamar Jackson has had to adapt to the NFL playbooks and mix it in as a hybrid RPO. So you're not going to get a pure RPO system like you have in college, like in Clemson, when it's running to its fullest capacity. And I mean, look at the incredible tempo you see in Clemson. It's just like boom, 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 play after play after play after play. And I mean, these guys line up like lightning quick. I've never seen anything like it. And that's what it's supposed to be. Lamar Jackson was running a very, very watered down version of it in Baltimore, but you could see it, right? You could see the tempo. And it's much quicker. It's much harder to get that tempo going in the NFL. And that's the challenge. So you're going to have to mix in some of those flat routes and stuff like that you see in the NFL. Plays that work, in your original playbook in the NFL when you come up as a rookie. So Watson was able to do that under Sean Ryan. And this is why he wanted Watson here so bad, because Watson was the perfect guy to be able to run this RPO offense, and mix it in with the Carolina playbook, and it would have worked out really, really well. You've got CMC, you've got all these wide receiver weapons, you've got tight ends, you've got the blocking on the outside with these tight ends. Well, not necessarily the blocking, but these guys could do a little bit. So I mean, there is an opportunity there, and I definitely see why we went after Watson. It was a very good reason to do that. But it fell apart. Again, even if we had all of those pieces, the offensive line is still run predominant. And you can't run an RPO with a run predominant offensive line. Point blank, it does not work. If these guys cannot pass protect, it's going to be dead. Plain and simple, the NFL defenses are going to pick up on it in 0.5 seconds. They've seen it so many times in college, it's not even funny. So they've seen the short yardage plays, the 5 yards in a cloud of dust. It's so easy to pick up on. Oh, wow, it's another wideout screen. Oh, wow, it's another pitch play. They've seen this, boys, before, man. They've seen this. It's too easy to pick up on. So what you want to do is make sure that you have somebody that can get that ball out quickly. And I'm talking like lightning quick. I'm talking Watson type quick. Matt Ryan type quick. That's what you need to run that effectively. And I know a little bit about this because I've seen it in action. Because I've seen it on in the spring game and Clemson games. I've seen it live and in person. I know how it works. When it's used correctly. It's one of the advantages of being able to explain this stuff. But it's beautiful, man. And you're seeing ways that this could work. for us. But Matt Rhule handicapped it, man. Straight up, Matt Rhule handicapped it. And you can't have that. It's sad. I wanted that to work for us. I really did. But at this point, I'd rather see the West Coast offense rather than a broken RPO. Because I know the West Coast is at least going to get us to the red zone with the weapons that we have. And Baker. And speaking about that, when you're talking about the RPO type offense, the reason Baker is not the guy is because this dude cannot scramble at all. He can barely scramble. And you've seen it. He takes sacks. He sits there forever in the pocket when there's a clean pocket. These guys won't block you forever. They won't block for you forever, man. You're not Tom Brady. You're not Peyton Manning. You know, you got to come out there and fire the ball out of there. Make quick, decisive choices. You got to be quicker. You know, it's like the old Geico Fisher commercial. You know, you got to be quicker than that. Got to be quicker than that. You know, and it's like, come on. So we give him the advice, he needs to pump fake. So he comes out there and he does pump fake. I give him credit for that. He did shake off that defender that was jumping up and trying to knock the ball down, which, again, was on the offensive lineman that did not keep his hands engaged, so he couldn't do that. You know, so Baker pump fakes him off, so the defender can't pass block it. But by then, all your wide receivers are not open anymore. They're covered. So what do? Throw it away. That's the only logical thing you can do. Nope, let's throw a pick. Let's throw a pick six instead. Or let's take a sack. Come on, Baker. Come on, man. Be better. Be better than that. I know you're better than this, dude. I know you're smarter. I know you could do this. I believe in you. But you gotta get the ball through the passing lane. You got to get these balls out quicker. You can't sit back there and act like you're Tom Brady and you got like godly amount of time. It doesn't work like that. You know, this ain't college, bro. This is the NFL. You know, you're not in Oklahoma anymore. You're not in the Plains. So, you know, with all the love in the world, man, I'm trying to help you out. Don't sit back there. Please don't sit back there. Because I'm telling you, it is going to kill drives. And it is killing drives. So, it's like we get into field goal range, and all of a sudden, Matt Rhule's just like, nope, I can't have you guys scoring a touchdown. I can't have you guys doing that. I can't have all these wide receivers getting the ball thrown to him. So he just sits there and takes a sack. He's a yes man. He's a yes man for whoever the coach is. You know, and it's sad. It really is. And I hate to see CMC become a yes man as well because there ain't no reason for it. There's no reason why that should be happening. So realizing this, we'd settle again for a field goal. What a surprise, right? Who could have possibly predicted that? And I mean, you look at this Carolina offense, how many points we put up. And I mean, subtract about 7 of those from the Cardinals game, and you got 9 points. Because that 7 points came from the defense, right? So, we're speaking purely the offense here. Purely the offense. So they put up 9 points against the Cardinals, technically. Alright, the Saints game, we actually did put up a touchdown and some field goals. So we got 22 points. I'll give you that. Giants game, it's more of the same. Field goal, field goal, field goal. Oh, look, a defensive touchdown. Field goal, field goal, field goal. Now, in the Browns game, we actually did put up a fight. 26-24. So I give them credit for that. Yeah, so at least 14 of those points came off that offense. Probably all, at least 17, probably. Now the Niners, you're looking at 15 points put up. This is yet another case of the offense just not showing up once we get into field goal range. Now the question again that people need to be posing right now, and we need to keep an eye on Ben Mcadoo on Sunday, and let's find out, is how much was Matt Rhule restricting Ben Mcadoo from opening up the playbook and doing what he wants to do? How much? We're going to find out exactly who Ben Mcadoo is on Sunday. You know, is he the guy that is actually putting up these types of points? Or is he the guy that actually wants to open up his playbook and actually get us 24 a week? Because we're capable of it. And he knows it. You know, if you use all the pieces correctly, yes, that's a 24-point game. But you can't do it when you don't have the proper pieces put together for a shotgun RPO. And here's another question I've got. How much of that was restricted, you know, in player getting by Matt Rhule? How much of it? You got to ask these questions, guys. It's legit stuff. These are relevant questions. And this pretty much tells you, okay, this is what the rest of the season is going to look like. You got to set a tone, man. And if you don't set the tone, you're in trouble. So, looking at this depth chart, if you reorder it correctly, like I've been saying each week, yeah, you got Sam Darnold and Matt Corral in the IR, so yes, you have to rely on P.J. Walker. Now, the problem I've got with P.J. Walker is those hospital balls, like I mentioned earlier. But it's all we got besides the punter. So, running backs, I already told you how we're going to do that one. It needs to pretty much look like this, except Foreman needs to be in fourth spot. You know, I like Blackshear in third, Foreman in fourth. Foreman realistically should not be on our 53 right now. But we're going to ignore that for now. Because I don't know what's on our practice squad. And because I don't know what's on our practice squad, I'm not going to make any calls on that one. On what we should do with Foreman. So for now, I think we should allow that. Maybe turn Foreman into a fullback would be a smart decision. And put Richie out there as a tight end option. Second string second string tight end option behind Ian Thomas. Have Tommy Tremble be out there. And Steven Sullivan, I don't know, man. Frankly, Richie is supposed to be a tight end anyway. That's what he was originally put on the roster as. And that's the position that they've given him, And still, I don't like him as a fullback. Although he can do fullback duties. Excuse me. But that was not his primary function when he was first brought here. And, yes, Hecker would go in if PJ is injured. I believe so, yes. Because Hecker can show everybody that he can throw short and medium passes without a problem. He was about to do that last week, as a matter of fact. And, of course, one of our offensive linemen decided to be a doofus and go out there and pretend he's a wide receiver. So, yeah. Ruined our one opportunity to surprise the defense with that. Now they know, okay, yeah, Hecker can throw. It's like, oh no. So, not only did Matt Rhule screw up our entire roster, our entire depth chart, our entire coaching staff, but he ruined our ace in the hole too. That was not even supposed to be shown until we got into the deeper part of the season when we're trying for a wild card spot and we're desperate. We got to make a play. And we're in a situation where, okay, we're fourth down, 4th and 3, 4th and 5, and we need an emergency first down, around the 50-yard line. And we don't want to kick it. It's situations like that you would use Hecker, and that would be our ace in the hole. Only if you needed to. Can he come in and be an emergency quarterback? Absolutely, he can. I believe it. Now, I got questions about his deep ball throwing. I don't know how good that is, because we haven't seen him in practice field opportunities. So I don't know. We don't know what goes on during the practices during the week. So that question still remains. So I want to see him in training camp, and I want to see if he can do that or not next year. So I'll be expecting to see that at least one day in training camp next year. Because we're not going to pull that out in preseason games next year. I can guarantee that. But focused on this year. Yes, that was supposed to be our ace in the hole. And Matt Rhule ruined it. And I got so pissed off at that right there. Because, God, I spotted it from training camp and it made me so mad. You have no idea. I wanted that to be a complete surprise to everybody. Nobody even paid that much attention to it when he was with the Rams. Everybody's just like, yeah, the Rams score again. Yeah, unless you're actually watching the Rams games, you don't notice that. Until you go into the stat sheets and you see, holy cow, this dude is racking up some yards. But no, he doesn't rack up that many yards, so it stays under the radar. It's just 4th down conversions. Yeah, no biggie. When you look at 4th down conversions, you're thinking, okay, 4th and 1, 4th and maybe 2. You're not thinking, okay, Hecker on a 4th and 4 throws it downfield and gets 30 yards. You're not thinking that. So he remains undetected. And there's at least 3 teams that get fooled by that last year. So that's what I'm trying to get him developed as a emergency quarterback. I'm pushing hard for this as our ace in the hole. And Matt Rhule and his dumb offensive lineman gotta be kidding me. We may not be out of the forest yet on that one. We may not. I think he might have remained undetected. We'll see. We'll find out in the next few games. Because hopefully we won't need to use him. But if we have to, we have to. And I would hate to see that happen under a struggling offense that we have right now. But yes, he could, in effect, do that. Keep pounding, bros. We're turning over a new leaf. Jacob Eason could start. That's true. He could. That is very true. A lot of people forget about Jacob Eason. In fact, I heard that name in one of the other streams earlier today. So yes, he could start. He could come up from the practice squad and start. We have a spot open for him. So in effect, again, Hecker would stay hidden as our ace in the hole. And we could hide this dude for about 3, 4, 5 games. You would not even see him throw the ball at all. However, we would have like him throwing passes during these practice days, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. During the week, they're closed off to reporters and everybody else. Have him toss around the ball a little bit during that time, and just work with him personally. Sean Ryan's probably working with him right now. And tomorrow morning they might toss some balls around or something. We'll see. But you'll forget about this dude for about 3, 4, 5 games, and then all of a sudden, 4th down and 4 shows up around the midfield line, too far for our kicker to kick, Eddie, and too far to really punt to get it into and win the field position battle. You might get it inside the 10, but who really wants a 40-yard punt? When you could actually pull the ace in the hole out and get that first down downfield. No one would be even looking at Shi Smith downfield. I promise you. No one would look at him. Nobody. TMJ. Nobody would even pay attention. They would be in a punt formation. They would be looking at, okay, who are we putting back there to return it? Who all of a sudden, whoop, right to DJ, 30-yard pass. It's like, what? That's what we want right there. Because that's going to shock some people, man. They're not going to be expecting that. And you got to use it at the right time. And in the right way. And when it happens, that could spark an offensive drive. That could really spark an offensive drive right there. You get into field goal range, get into the red zone, boom, you're in. With the right plays. And last year, under Joe Brady, we had red zone trouble, scoring. So I'm hoping, once we put Sean Ryan in as the offensive coordinator, getting rid of Ben Mcadoo, that would fix that problem. I'm hoping. Depending on what his idea of the playbook should look like. Granted, every new coordinator that comes in is going to keep a few plays from the old coordinator, but for the most part, change most of it. So, you're going to see a few plays that worked, and then from from Ben Mcadoo when you change out the coordinators. And then you'll see totally new plays that you won't be expecting. And then all of a sudden defenses start clamoring, during mid-season going, huh? That's not the offense we were looking at earlier. That's what we want. And that might be a way to save maybe 1, possibly 2 games this year that we wouldn't be expecting to win on our schedule. That with Matt Rhule would have been a loss. And my point being, Richie needs to be a tight end, not a fullback. That's his natural role. That's what it was when he first came in. And I want... maybe we could convert Chuba Hubbard into a fullback. Nah, stick Foreman. Foreman needs to be the fullback. Let him gain some pounds, let him be a fullback. Because it's just smarter that way. We're not even using Foreman that much, and his average, is not that high. Realistically, I'd say 2.5 is realistically the best average you're going to get. See, there it is. 2.5, 2.6. That ain't going to get it done. I'm sorry, but that's just not going to get it done. You might get lucky against a terrible run defense like the Arizonas, get 7. But that's the time to use them a little more. But overall, nah. See, or the Giants, my bad. It was the Giants that he got the 4.5. 0.5, that's more realistic. That's who he really is. I've been saying that since the very beginning. I've said it since training camp. This is who he is. That's who he really is. Pull back the curtain. That's who he really is. So, I'm half expecting him to get something done this year as a short range runner. You need those 3rd and 2s. You need those 3rd and 1s. He's your guy. Push him through the middle. Just jam him through the middle, man. I'm telling you. You don't need to waste your quarterback. You don't need to waste CMC's health ability. Just jam Foreman up the middle. With Bozeman as your center. And just watch what happens. Because Corbett's going to work with Bozeman. They're both going to get that chemistry going. They're both going to have that push on the offensive line. And it's going to be like, there you go. He's going to get through. 7 out of 10 times he'll get through. Other times, sure, run CMC and see what you can get. If CMC's really running well and you feel like gambling a little, why not? But honestly, I wouldn't do it too many times because you don't want to see CMC get injured again. But realistically, you go through this depth chart the way it is, and we got some ballers on this depth chart, man. I'm trying to tell you, we got some ballers. So we might be overhyping Taylor Bowden. I don't know if we are or not. I'm going to give it a couple weeks and just see about that. But I'm starting to feel like we may be overhyping him a little. But let's give him a chance under Steve Wilkes. Let's see what he can do under him. And a uncaged Ben McAdoo's offense. Let's see what happens. But realistically, getting to Ian Thomas, I'm willing to put up with one more year of Ian Thomas, you know, and see if we can develop him. I'm willing to wait on him. I'm patient. Because I feel like, again, he has a little bit more of a ceiling than he's letting on right now. And if you get the right coaching, that could be developed into something pretty good, man. You know, he could turn into a starter on somebody else's offense, you know, if we decide to trade him right now. So, with the proper coaching. That's why I'm just like, I'm afraid to let that one go. Same with Tommy Tremble. You know, again, it just need a jug machine and let's see what happens. Put these guys all together with Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore and under PJ Walker, I think this could be a pretty good offense if run correctly. You know, PJ is going to be running some of the old plays that he was running before. We might be able to get Higgins involved. We might be able to get Laviska involved once he gets healthy in the next few weeks. We may be able to get Shi Smith involved on Sunday. TMJ will get involved on Sunday. I don't know Higgins' status right now. Is he healthy? Is he hurt? What's going on with him? Somebody let me know. But right now, I mean, this is what we're dealing with. And I like this Panthers page depth chart because this makes more sense. You got Tommy Tremble here, Ian Thomas here. You don't have a fullback listing. ESPN has Richie as a fullback listing, but you don't have one here because Richie is a tight end. All right, so what we really need to do is get a guard in the next draft here. That's an immediate need because Michael Jordan is just not it. He's just not it for us, man. With all due respect, I would not lose any sleep over letting him go. And I do like the guy, don't get me wrong, but he's just not it. So, that offense is capable of about 24 put together right now. Now, you put Baker Mayfield out there healthy, ready to go behind this offensive line with Bozeman out there instead of Pat F. line. You could be looking at 27 maxed out. You could be. I don't think we're ever going to get to 35 unless we get lucky and we get Laviska involved for like one long pass or something randomly, you know, when they're not expecting it. But can you move the chains with this crew? Absolutely. With the right plays. There's no question about it. DJ Moore's put up back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. You know, Robbie Anderson's put up some numbers. Ian Thomas, when he's catching the ball, is dangerous. You know, Tommy Tremble can get a few yards too. CMC is CMC. There's no reason, you know, with Shi Smith coming in for some random 10-yard pass or TMJ for a 5-yard pass in a cloud of dust, why we can't do something. And Laviska, when he gets healthy, could be dangerous too. Higgins, this whole entire crew is dangerous. Weapons-wise. We've got the weapons, folks. There's no reason why we can't put up 24 points a game. No reason. Even with this line. We've seen Baker move it down the field into field goal range. We've seen that happen. I don't see any reason why putting all these pieces in place, why we cannot get into the red zone and score at least 21 points a game. There's no reason. You know, you get 2 field goal kicks from Eddie, and we're back in business, man. You know? What's going on here? So, the real question to me is keeping these guys healthy and Ben McAdoo's offense. Those are the only 2 things we need to be concerned about right now, immediately. And the third thing is not beating ourselves on the offensive line. Technique, footwork, and not drawing penalties. So, if we clean up our game on the line, you know, and we start getting serious, and you know, we do all the things that we're supposed to be doing on offense, there's no reason, no excuse why 24 points is not possible. I will continue to say that. Bozeman needs to start tomorrow. I need to see that tomorrow. Tomorrow morning practice. I need to see it. They don't have practices till like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? Alright, so Wednesday, have him be the starting center. Okay? Let him take first team reps. And watch what happens. I promise you will see a change immediately. He'll start working with Corbett. The chemistry will be there. Baker will have more protection. So will PJ. So will Jacob Eason if he has to come in. You know, you got the protection. Zip, zip, zip. So the next thing is trying to get that ball out of there quicker. Make quicker decisions, more accurate decisions. Which means better routes. So that has to come from Ben McAdoo. You know, and it can't be just this 5-yard cloud and dust stuff. It's got to be more. You got to get more creative. You can't just, we'll just run the most basic plays and hope that we get a touchdown out of it. No. Either take it seriously or you're out of a job, Ben. Real talk, man. Because this is your last chance in the NFL. If it doesn't work this time, you're out. So, how badly do you want your job? Plain and simple, how badly do you want your job? Come out there firing, or you're going to get fired. Point blank. Because Steve Wilkes ain't messing around, folks. And this is my guy, man. This is my guy right here. Steve will call you up into that that meeting room on Monday, and he'll demand some answers from you, man. He don't screw around. So, that's what I want. Because Steve wants this job, man. He's going to fight for it. He sees Sean Payton's name on that list, a possible head coach, and he said, no. I want this one. I want this one bad. And because I want this one bad, I'm going to hold every one of y'all accountable. Y'all better come up in here with some real answers on Monday if we don't win this game on Sunday. Every one of y'all better give me some answers. Because I'm going to need something to work with here to prepare for the next Sunday. And if y'all ain't got none, I'm going to find some. That's point blank, period. And I love that. I love that attitude right there. That's what makes a head coach a head coach. That's that coach with a fire in his belly, man. He got a taste of it in Arizona. He said, I want more. Yep. Yes, sir. So we looking at this defense right now. Okay, we got Brian Burns. you know, who's been doing work. Haynes has kind of been quiet, but in the last couple games, he's kind of woke up a little bit. I give him credit. Derek Brown has been making some run stops lately. I give him credit, but not enough of them. I'm not ready to say the B word yet, but he's. I did see it in the last few streams, but I'm not saying it anymore. I'm taking away that B status. I'm taking away the B status. He's got to keep earning it though. Keep coming out there. Keep pushing those limits. I need more of you, Derek Brown. I mean, this is a good start, but I need more. Alright, so Matt Ioannidis, I've seen a few plays from him. Big time, big plays, at critical times. But, I'm still not seeing enough out of him. I need a little bit more from you. McCall has been doing work when he's been given opportunities. I think he could take Matt Ioannidis' job here, man. If McCall keeps fighting for that play call, man, I'll tell you, he could take that job. If he keeps fighting like he is. Alright, Gross Matos is another one that needs to watch out on this roster right now. If he doesn't start stepping it up, Henry Anderson might take that job. So I need Gross Matos to start pushing those boundaries. You got to get a little bit quicker, man. You got to get a little bit stronger. Keep pushing yourself in that locker room, bro. Because I know you got a little bit more in you. I know you got more in you. Push those limits, bro. I got you, dog. I'm going to root for you. And I know you got more in you. Show me. Show all of us, bro. Show all of us. Most importantly, show Steve Wilkes, because he's going to be watching your butt real close on Sunday. He's going to be watching you like a pack of meat right now. Meat. For them hungry wolves, you better watch out for your job on this roster. Because Wilkes is about to come in like a hurricane and start moving people, man. And it ain't going to be fun if you're one of those names that hasn't stepped up in the next 2 weeks. Alright, so we got Shaq. Shaq's been stepping up. I give him credit. Corey Littleton. You see him every once in a while on a run play getting the job done. Damian Wilson, I've seen him step up a few times lately. I give him credit. Credit where it's due. Obviously, you already know Frankie Louvu is going to become the next leader of this defense. I don't need to even say anything more about him. He's just rocking and rolling and doing his thing, man. I might even just buy this man's jersey at some point this year. I might. I'm thinking about it. I'm heavily thinking about it. Once he gets healthy and he keeps doing the same things he's been doing, shoot, I might. You might see me in a Frankie Louvu in a few weeks. You might. I might just get it right before I go to that Atlanta game and just show up in that Frankie Louvu jersey, man. Bet. I'm going to check and see how long it takes to get here, though. Brandon Smith, I like Brandon. But he's been quiet. We haven't used him much. So, I need to see more out of you. Dante Jackson, obviously, is doing his thing, man, and in owning wide receivers. Just going down this depth chart, man, and I like Dante Jackson. I like what I see from this man. He's been locking down some wide receivers. Love it, love it, love it. Need more. I love these pass deflections from this dude. It's like Christmas, man. Keep giving me presents, man. Keep giving me presents. Keep giving me those pass deflections. I can't get enough of them. Man, it's like Halloween on... It's like Halloween candy on steroids, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. More. 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 I need more. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing when you see this man get pass deflections. Because that means your secondary is on point. And under Steve Wilkes, it will be. Because that is one of the things that he was very, very good about. Was the mechanics and pass deflections. You know, once we got all the mechanics and footwork down, it was onto the mechanics and pass deflections. It was on to trying to get turnovers. And that's the next step, is turnovers. Creating turnovers. And Dante Jackson is one of the better ones out there at pass deflections. He's not exactly going to get you turnover creation, but he will get you pass deflections. He will not get burnt that often this year. CJ Henderson. Let's talk about CJ. There's been times where he's been in that zone defense and he's been burnt crispy. There's been other times when he hasn't been in the zone and he has actually gotten burnt a few times. And I'm a little concerned about that. Because maybe he might have a little bit of coverage issues. But as soon as I say that, he comes out on Sunday morning and just zoom. You know what I mean? Takes care of it. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not... J.C. Horn. He just got injured. As I predicted, he would be. And I knew once Jeremy Ching went down, J.C. Horn was next. Because Horn's already been hurt once. And spent most of his first year in the IR. So I knew this was going to happen. And it's not a surprise you overextend these players like Phil Snow did with switching between the 4-3 and the 3-3-2, back and forth hybrid. It's not going to work, dude. You're overextending J.C. Horn. You're overextending Jeremy Chin. You're overextending Luvu. And look at all three of these guys are hurt. Just like I predicted. I called this. Many, many times over. But guess who decided not to listen? Matt Rhule and Phil Snow. So here we are. We have to deal with what we have now. And that's okay. You know, we got Stanley Thomas Oliver. I think he's been on the injury questionable list as well. So Keith Taylor has to come in and kind of save the day. And CJ Henderson has to save the day. Which I trust CJ Henderson more than I do Keith Taylor. And Thomas Oliver. But, you know, it's not panic yet in the secondary, in the corner spot. But right now it's a little bit yellow line. You know what I mean? Yellow area. So, proceed with caution is what I'm saying with this secondary right now. With the corners. Free safety. I do not like the fact that Sean Chandler is starting. I strongly dislike that, as a matter of fact. I cannot even begin to describe how much I don't want that happening. So Steve Wilkes, if you are listening, please hear me out on this. Do not start this man. You will regret it. It will lead to points being given up. It will lead to big plays being given up in zone defense and in the red zone. Do not use this man. Do not do it. Please. Do yourself a favor. Al Holcomb, same to you. If you're listening, please, please hear me. Don't use this man in those situations that you know you should not use them in. I'll take Burris over Chandler any day of the week. If Burris has to take those burnt plays, then so be it. You know, at least I know Burris is not going to give up in the red zone. And a lot of that was matchups too, because Phil Snow had no idea what he was doing matchups-wise with Sean Chandler. I mean, who puts Zach Ertz on Sean Chandler one-on-one? I've said it before. It's stupid. You put him one-on-one versus Kittle last week. Did not work. Did it? How well did that work? Let's take a look at Kittle's numbers and you can figure it out for yourselves. It ain't rocket science. I mean, come on, man. How many weeks did I preach on that stuff, man? I got red in the neck on that one. Because it honestly pissed me off that much. You could see my skin boiling. I was that mad. My blood boiling. Literally. So, yeah. If Burris has to eat some of these plays, so be it. In order to make sure Sean Chandler is not out there. If Hartsfield has to come out there and eat some of these plays in order to save Sean Chandler, you know, the humiliation, so be it. And to keep points off the board, so be it. I'll gladly take that trade-off. Nobody else is complaining that much about Sean Chandler. I am. This dude is garbage out there in coverage in certain situations. I'll straight up say it. He's straight garbage in certain situations on the field. Now, what I'm not saying is that he can't handle tackling. He can tackle. Okay, folks? There's about 100 safeties out there that can tackle. There's about 100 of them. That's not new. Okay? Show me a safety that can tackle and handle some of those coverages and not be matched up against a tight end, but be actually matched up against wide receivers he can handle, running backs he can handle, you know, in certain rushing situations, and take away the edge. You know, it's not rocket science. Put him where he needs to be. Stop using him the wrong way, and he will actually do okay. You know, I'm not saying he's the best free safety out there by any means. God, he's not. Not by any means, but just use him the right way and we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? You know, so. But in coverage situations, I'll take Trey Boston all day long. And y'all know how much heat I gave Trey Boston back in the day. If y'all were around for that many videos or streams, y'all already know how much I put tough love on Trey Boston. So, I mean, that's not new. But honestly, this is a top 10 defense. You know, if we do things correctly. You still got Xavier Woods out there. He's still able to play. You know, Hartsfield's pretty good. And I'm not saying he's great. I'm saying he's pretty good. You know, you can still get something out of him. You know, when you need him in certain run situations. Run defense. Yeah, he's your guy. Hartsfield can actually handle some stuff on the outside. Now on draw plays and stuff like that, that's where he's going to have a little bit of trouble. But that's why he's got help. He's got Frankie in. He's got all these people to help him out when they're healthy. When they're not healthy, he's got to kind of do things on his own, and it's not a good look for him. You know, it's going to make him look bad. Sam Franklin Jr.'s got to come in as well for a few plays and kind of give him some reprieve. But I don't like it. Honestly, this secondary has kind of deteriorated because of injuries and what's going to happen. But let me be perfectly clear here, because I've said this again and again and again and again. Sean Taylor does not need to be on a 53-man roster. He just, let alone starting. I'm going to be real with y'all. Abilities-wise, he does not need to be. As a person, I like him. Would I walk up and have a conversation with him? Absolutely. Would I say the same things that I'm telling y'all right now about him? Absolutely. I would have no reservations about saying it. He may disagree, but, you know, agree to disagree. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about that. But defensively, we got a pretty good unit here, man. We got a pretty decent unit. I mean, the run stopping is what it is this year. So we're going to eat some rushing yards. That's what is going to happen here. But pass defense, I think we're okay. We're in good shape. Yeah, around the fourth quarter, we're probably going to eat some yards because these guys are going to get tired. If you start putting them in nickel and in zone defenses towards the fourth quarter, absolutely they're going to eat some yards. And that's going to be a problem. So you don't want to do that. You want to put them in, 4-3 for the entirety of the game. And that's one of the things that McDermott did well. And Wilkes did well early on, in his defensive coordinator job. Was he kept these guys in the 4-3 through all four quarters. Now, yes, did they get tired? Absolutely. But you can't expect them to go all four quarters and not give up something. Come on. This isn't Madden. You got to have these guys come out there and be like, well, we're going to do the best we can, in the fourth quarter. Yeah, it's like musical chairs, but we're doing the best we can. And that's what it is. The defense was on the field way too long, so we just did what we could. And one thing I've noticed is, you don't start really seeing the pressure start ramping up until the third quarter of these games from our pass rushers. You don't see them start really ramping up until then. And what I need to see is them start ramping it up from day one. Right out of the rip. Because if you don't start doing that in the first quarter and setting a tone, these quarterbacks feel like they can just sit back there and act like Tom Brady all day. Even the Browns quarterback was just sitting back there and act like it was just day and night to throw the ball. Daniel Jones, come on. You can't let him have day and night back there. You got to put the pressure on him early. And I know these guys have that type of talent to put the heat on them. You may not get the sack, but at least put the heat on them. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for the moon here, but at least put some heat on them. If you can get a sack, then get a sack. But first quarter, we got to get these guys rattled and out of their protected pockets. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad day. You're going to get tested more on the secondary. You're going to get tested more on short passes. You know, the linebackers will get those tests, and good. And I mean, you can rush 3. I've seen the 3-4 possibly work in those situations, but the problem is we give up the running game. Either way, we give up the running game because our D-line is not strong enough to handle it. So I mean, I've heard that argument. You know, switch maybe to a 3-4 and see how it goes. You know, are we going to switch to a 3-4 or a 4-3? Well, there's your argument right there. If you go to a 4-3, you got a better chance of stopping the run, but the short pass kills you. You know, but here's the thing. We've got a strong secondary. We got Dante Jackson back there. We got CJ if he wants to handle some of these pass deflections. Well, he won't get pass deflections, but he can at least cover a little bit. You know, you can put you could definitely get Hartsfield back there for a little bit. He could help out. We got to get J.C. Horn healthy, though. J.C. Horn was a major reason why this secondary was as successful as it was. And working well with his counterpart on the other side, Dante Jackson. Remember how I said that the defensive ends need a strong side defensive end and a fast defensive end on the other side? Well, it's the same thing with corners. You got to have these guys balanced. You got to have both of these guys working together in tandem on both sides to shut down these wide receivers. So that, oh wait, you can only throw it to the medium pass, you know, over the middle, or you have to settle for the short pass or the check down. So it takes away options. That's what it does. Excuse me. We still here, man. We still here. Gotta get myself refreshed here. Alright. So, with this defense, you're still going to be seeing the same thing you were seeing last week. These guys are going to be looking good. The only exceptions are going to be the fact that we are going to ramp up the pass rush. This D-line should be pumped up a little bit more. So they'll be trying to stop the run a little bit more than they were. Which will take the pressure off this secondary and allow them to do their job. Without Frankie out there, that's going to be tough. Alright, so we need Frankie to be out there to shut down these tight ends. And who's the Rams tight end right now? I'm gonna look up the Rams depth chart. Because we need to know. We need to know what we doing with here. Alright, so we're doing with Higbee. Tyler Higbee. Okay, that's not too exciting. He's kind of middle of the road. Tight end. Yeah, 33 receptions, 290 yards, 8.79. He can be dangerous, you know, in short yardage situations. So you want to watch him because he'll probably get like 5-7 yards off of it. But every once in a while, did I finally kill that gnat? Been trying to kill him all day. But yeah, he'll get these little 10-yarders, 12-yarders, so you want to watch him during medium passes. That's when he's dangerous. Because that's a chain mover. And this guy might not look like much, but he does rack up about 500 yards, 700 yards here, in his career. And he will sneak in and get a few touchdowns in the red zone if you're not careful. I'm not as concerned about it trying to get the ball away from him because he's only had 2 takeaways, so don't focus on that. What you want to focus in on is that average. If you can get that average a little lower this week by keeping him out of those mid-range situations like zone defense situations, we should be okay. He can still hurt us. But that is going to be Luvu's primary responsibility. Now, his second responsibility, when he's healthy, is to shut down that run game. He's not worried about anything else except for those 2 things. Those 2 things, you're in great shape. And Luvu, when he's healthy, is a terror when it comes to both of those things because he shut down Njoku, one of the better tight ends in the league. He shut down who's the other big name tight end that he shut down earlier this year? Evan Ingram. Well, Evan Ingram has been having a rough year. It's the other guy. I'm trying to remember. Oh, shoot. This is going to drive me nuts. Oh, well, we were going to look at the schedule anyway. It was another big name tight end. It was one of the top 3. Zach Ertz. That's who it was. I keep forgetting he got moved to Arizona. I don't know why I keep forgetting that, but yeah. He shut down Zach Ertz. And he would have shut down Kittle had he not gotten hurt for a good chunk of that game. But instead, Kittle had a big impact, as you can see on the scoreboard. He put up 7 of those points. And I did about Kittle, man. I did tell you. Kittle is not a joke. Dude's dangerous. Top 3 tight end. Alright. With all of that in mind, we now have two roads we can go down as a franchise from here on out. 1, we try to win as many games as we can. And 2, we try to tank out and get that number 1 spot. Now, if you go down the first road, let's go down that first road. Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see how many of these games we can actually still win and salvage out of this year. Now, granted, keep in mind, the division battle is now up for grabs. Tampa's looking a little weak right now. Atlanta's got that strong offense, but they didn't put up anything against New England last week. So what about the Saints? The Saints. Funny you should ask about them. They actually beat Seattle 39-32. So that offense woke up for New Orleans. Now that's New Orleans defense looked weaker against a better than average Seattle offense. So, that was a poor showing for the Saints defense. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. That might have been a fluke week. You might see them go back to the old the old Dusty Dan, garbage defense. We'll see. That we all know and love. Offensively. I mean, not defensively. Defense will probably revert back to what they were doing with the top 10 defense. Shutting people down, getting 10 points. And it'll look nice. It'll look real nice on the scoreboard. So you got Atlanta only putting up 15 against Tampa. See, that's where I got questions, man. What is going on with Atlanta's offense? How did they get shut down to 15 against a Tampa defense that's been struggling this year? All right. This is one of those I've been keeping a very, very close eye on. And if you look at it, Marcus Mariota went 14 for 25. I mean, so what happened there? 5 sacks. How did that happen? With all of those potential weapons that Atlanta's got, how did that happen? Here's the answer to your question. Antoine Winfield Jr. 8 total tackles, 1 sack, 2 tackles for a loss, and a pass deflection. There's your answer. Your other answer is Logan Hall. This guy's not going to get noticed that much, but 3 total tackles. One of them was a sack. One was a tackle for 2 tackles for a loss.
To bring it on game
and
day.
1 quarterback hit.
Regions is right there.
So, my apologies. I didn't expect that to start playing. But yeah, 1 sack, 2 tackles for a loss, and a quarterback hit. So there you go. Oh, and not to mention Devin White with a tackle for a loss and 2 quarterback hits off of 5 tackles. So these guys are the ones you really need to pay attention to on this Tampa defense, because the rest of these guys, typical numbers. But that's the reason why they had so much success. It could have been an offensive lineman injury. It could have been maybe the wide receivers just weren't getting open.
First down 10, Mariota. Play action fake.
Maybe the wide receivers weren't getting open because you got 7 targets for London. You got 4 for Zacharias here. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So, is this a fluke, or is the Falcons' offense just not there? Not as strong as we think it is. I mean, we got some questions to ask ourselves there. But, I'm going to be butt in seat during that Falcons game, man. I'll be up there for that home game. You can guarantee that. I'm going to will us a win. I will. I'm going to strong arm us a win, man. But yeah, we got kind of a weaker division this year. What are our chances of actually cashing in? That's a big question mark right now. It's a weird year because we got Detroit with the best offense in the league, and they put up a goose egg against New England. I mean, what in the world? Just when you think you know what's going on, you don't. This year. It's weird, dude. I mean, if there's any indication at all of how weird this year is, just look at the Colts game. I mean, that was bizarre. So, you got KC beating the Raiders 30-29 tonight to kind of finish out the week, which I expected KC to win, but I didn't expect it to be that close, considering how much Las Vegas has been struggling. But I like it though, because it's showing me that Las Vegas is coming back. Looking at some of these other scores, we play the Rams next week, so that's 10 points put up by the Rams against Dallas. Is Dallas's defense really that good? Or is the Rams' offense struggling that much? I mean, the only way you know is to really look at the numbers. And we're going to look at those in a minute. Because if we want to look at the rest of the schedule, we got to go through the Rams first. That's first priority. If you want to go down that road. Before we can protect any more games, we got to deal with the Rams first. Eagles beat the Cards. That's 20-17. Eagles remain unbeaten. That defense improved a little bit. They only gave up 20 against Philly. I was expecting a little more. So they improved. I do give them credit for that. Tennessee beats Washington. Not a surprise there. Ron Rivera on the hot seat again. Not a surprise. Yes, folks, your eyes do not deceive you. That is a 40-point scoreboard by the New York Jets. If that's another indication of how weird this year is, there you go. I mean, a lot of stuff is possible this year. So, you go scoreboard watching, you see that, you just go, huh. Well, that's peculiar. I kept seeing it all day, and I was just like, there's no way that's real. I kept checking ESPN, and sure enough, it was real. I don't know what's going on in New York. Something in the water. I can tell you that much. Minnesota 29-22 over Chicago, not a surprise. 13-6 over Jacksonville, Houston, not a surprise there. That Jacksonville offense is off and on. So they got to figure out what's going on there. I think it's that line. If I had to guess, I think it's the line. Chargers 30-28. Yeah, it could also be coaching in Jacksonville. Could be. Chargers cement themselves into the AFC playoff race with that win right there. That's a big one. Early. They're in the race. In that AFC West for the division. Buffalo 38-3. That's a score we're more used to seeing from Buffalo. That right there shows me Buffalo is still for real. I had a couple of questions the last week, but now I don't. Giants beating the Green Bay Packers. Now there is a rarity. When is the last time that happened? Anybody got a idea on that one? That's been years. My goodness, that's been years. So, congrats on the Giants win right there. Giants are showing they're legit, man. That's impressive. And we won't even talk about that Colts game. We won't even get into that. But that's just how weird this year is. Yeah, the Jets are 3-2. Think about that, folks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Jets are 3-2. How weird does that sound coming out of my mouth? Just to say that right now. I did not even expect that. It screwed up my fantasy board, I can tell you that much. It screwed it up royally. I picked totally against Jets players. And now here all the Jets players are just pulling out the stops, man. I'm like, what? Who are you guys? It's like, who's coaching this team now? Jeez. Alright, was that the Niners game? Hey, Geoff, you a 49ers fan, dog? Yeah. We got... I don't mind having some Niners fans up in here. That's cool. You know, just be respectful. Don't be that crew that we had up in my comment section 2 or 3 years ago. Y'all be chill, alright? Y'all know who you are. And I know y'all are still sub to me too. Y'all just keep coming back, don't you? Whenever we play the Niners. Uh-huh. The thing is, I ain't heard from nobody. I ain't heard from none of them. In my stream videos. Or in my comment section, so I'm glad. You know. They won big. Yeah. What I'm about to say might draw these people out again. Alright, here we go. Let's get to it. So, the Niners... Let's talk about the Niners, man. Because... I gotta get into this. Y'all know I gotta light some people up after that game. Alright, we're gonna start with Baker Mayfield. 20 for 36. 215 yards, 1 pick. Actually, that was a pick 6. Quarterback rating of 61.7. Alright, now we got PJ Walker 5 for 6. Coming out here with 60 yards. Yeah, he took 2 sacks. But he still came out with a quarterback rating of 108.3. Now notice how many sacks Baker took. And for how many yards.
On your mark, get set, save at Kohl's new 2-day deal dash.
I really don't like ESPN right now. Stop playing these videos. Please. Please take your video ads off here. It's annoying. We don't want autoplay on it. Alright, so notice how many sacks Baker put up, man. 4 sacks for 16 yards. Ouch. These were with clean pockets, too. Ouch. I would venture to say 3 out of 4 of them were. I might be giving credit to one of the defensive players for one of those sacks. But, yeah, 3 of those were on Baker himself. He was just sitting back there and he thought he was Tom Brady back there. He thought he could just do whatever he wanted. No, man. CMC 14 carries, 54 yards, 1 touchdown. This is not who CMC is. Stop holding this man back. Stop misusing him. And Steve Wilkes is in control now, so this is not going to happen anymore. Hopefully. You look at DJ Moore, 4 catches for 59. out of 8 targets. Like, DJ, who are you right now in this offense? We know who you are on a normal basis, but who are you in this offense? Let's find out. Let's put him in better positions. TMJ, you saw 4 catches for 30. Love it. Love it. Love it. CMC, 7 catches for 50 out of 12 targets. Now, here's my problem with that. 12 targets. 12. Look at how many targets the rest of these guys are getting. And this guy gets 12. Y'all see the problem here. I'm pointing it out. Plain as day for y'all. If you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. Because honestly, there's no reason why we should be targeting that man 12 times. No reason at all. Shi Smith led the wide receivers with 4 catches for 69 yards off of 5 targets. And we barely used the man. We barely used the man. God, man. A Matt Rhule led team was so frustrating, dude. Y'all had... Oh, God, man. We might all just be liable for compensation, man. For putting up with those 3 years of just absolute chaos. We might be able to get some compensation, dude, guys. You guys want some money? Oh, man. We got Robbie Anderson with 1 catch for 32 yards out of 5 catches. This offense was a joke on Sunday. It was just a joke. None of these guys broke 70 yards. Not a single one of them. Not even CMC. And everybody's starting to wonder, is CMC losing his touch? Is he getting older? Is he... No, he isn't. He was being held back because you're not giving him the right opportunities to succeed. Oh, my God, man. Stop giving him 12 targets, and maybe then you might see what he can actually do on short yardage situations. Stop using him as a check down, man. He's better than that. He's more than that. God, I don't even know. That's been McAdoo's offense, though. Sorry. We got Damian Wilson surprisingly getting 9 tackles, leading the defense with 7 solo tackles, a sack, 3 tackles for a loss, 1 quarterback hit. Now let me remind y'all, when we were going through that other defense, and I was reading those numbers off, don't those look eerily similar to Damian Wilson right now? Don't they? 3 tackles for a loss, and we still could not get the win. I mean, these guys are working overtime out there, man. They're putting in all of these numbers for us. And we can't even thank them by putting some points up on the board. And Eddie, that's not your fault, man. That's our offense. I'm not even blaming Eddie. Eddie misses 1 out of 100. Who cares? It's not going to matter anyway. It's, what? 3 more points, 18 points on the board. Who cares? In a 37-18 loss, that's... Nah. Eddie, this ain't your fault, bro. You know, take a seat, buddy. You're not the one we're after right now. You're not the ones we're after right now. You're not the ones we're throwing blame on. You know, and there's a few defensive players we're not throwing the blame on either. Justin Burris, look at this. Justin Burris, 8 tackles, 1 pass deflection. Okay. We got Corey Littleton, 7 tackles. Shaq, 6 tackles. Derek Brown, 5 tackles. He even got 2 pass deflections. 1 tackle for a loss. I mean, these guys are doing their job. They're literally doing their job right now for 3 whole quarters. And we're not thanking them. We're not even helping them at all. Imagine what they can do under a Steve Wilkes-led defense as a head coach. I mean, these guys are going to be more motivated to play for this dude. Look at the 16 squad, man. More importantly, look at the 14 and 15 squad. These guys wanted to play for this, for McDermott and Steve Wilkes. They wanted to play for him. There wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They were totally committed. Watch this new crew, man. I'm telling you. They're going to come out here fired up. Yeah, Steve Wilkes is going to fire these people up, man. This entire defense. They're going to be gelling. They're going to be rocking and rolling. And I need J.C. Horn out there too, man. I need him healthy. Because when you get that entire crew out there with Luvu, that's a top 10 defense. That might be an arguable top 5. By the time Steve Wilkes is done with it. And, you know, I'm feeling it, dude. I feel like we got a good crew here. You know, people might say, oh, well, C.J. Henderson this, C.J. Henderson that. And I might say, you know, Scott Chandler this, Scott Chandler that. You know, but, I mean, look at this defense, man. This is a top 10 defense, even with Sean Chandler on it. We just need a few pieces. That's what we need. That's it. Get rid of Sean Chandler. Get Burris up in there, man. You know? Get one more safety, I think, you know, to kind of lighten the burden up there. And I think we got ourselves a top 10 D. No question. You know, we just got to figure out that run defense. That's the problem. That run defense is going to slowly degrade this defense into a top 15. And that's the problem. That's where we're going to get in trouble. Even if our offense starts putting up points, that defense is going to slowly erode. Injuries are going to keep continuing to happen, and it's not going to be fun. Even if we have a 4-3, even if we have Steve Wilkes running this defense, it's still going to slowly erode. When you had Phil Snow, it was like rabbit speed. Now it's going to be like turtle speed for that to happen. But it'll still happen. Because we don't have the personnel we need to properly run this defense. And there's not much you can really do about that right now. But, yeah, firing that strength and conditioning coach might help. And getting somebody in that knows what they're doing. Keep these guys healthy, man. I mean, is it that much to ask that we don't have a trainer / strength and conditioning coach that sits there and just says, oh, well, these guys are good to play when they're really not? every year? Is that really too much to ask without having each one of these trainers like get investigated and stuff? Like Ron Rivera's last one was? I mean, come on, man. Surely somebody has been trained in that position that knows what they're doing. You got 5 or 6 teams out there that at least have one of those guys. Come on. You gonna tell me one of those guys doesn't exist out there right now, sitting on their butt waiting to be hired? You gonna let another team beat us to him? I'm sick and tired of it. We need to manage these injuries. It's killing us. That turf ain't helping, man. Mr. Tepper, if your people are listening, man, that turf is not helping, dude. There's scientific studies that have been done. You know, it hurts these players. Please, hear us on this one, man. For real. You've been listening on Steve Wilkes, and I appreciate that. And I need you to listen one more time on this one, man. Please. That's all I need from you, Mr. Tepper, is the turf. You know, if you change out the turf and make it grass, we're good, man. We're good. We're 100% good. You know, that's all I'm asking from them. So, you know, we can prevent some of these injuries. And we can come in here and we can start rocking and rolling like we're supposed to be rocking and rolling. This could be a very dangerous team. Capable of scoring 24 to 28 points right now. You know, until you fix the last of our roster problems created by Matt Rhule. Realistically, yes, he did do a significant amount of damage, but he didn't do a permanent amount of damage. Like, you can fix it. You know, it's not going to be easy, but it can be fixed in the next 1 to 2 years. And retooled into what we want. And I give Dean Jones credit on his article where he said, you know, 3 ways that we can retool this team, not rebuild it. We don't need to rebuild. We've got some players. We've got the core players that we need. I mean, you've seen the depth chart. We've got the players that we need. Maybe we have a quarterback problem. Maybe we don't. You know, with Baker Mayfield, who knows? You know, people are still debating it right now. But you won't know until you have a solid offensive system. You won't know until you got your line fixed and you see Baker go full at it, you know, with the proper routes for the wide receivers. You won't know for sure. So I say we can't make a proper quarterback evaluation until we fix the line and we fix this offensive system. I think it's too early. I agree with Mr. Tepper on this one. And I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for that. And I don't care. I don't care. I say leave the quarterbacks alone for right now. Let's get this offensive system in place. Let's figure this out. And we'll deal with that later. You know, we'll deal with that in the offseason. Right now, let's focus on what's important. Keeping these players healthy. Installing a system. Installing motivation, leadership, mechanics, chemistry, the basics. You know, let's get all of that stuff in. Let's come out there and try to win. You know, and then we'll deal with the quarterbacks. If the quarterback's still a problem, we'll figure it out. It'll show up in the numbers. You know what I mean? It'll show up on the field. You know, and yes, I do like numbers, but I also watch the games too. I also evaluate the games. So don't think that I'm just a numbers guy. I'm not. I look at both. I look at the complete picture, and I look at what, I look at mechanics, I look at everything. Everything, y'all, that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the overall future of this team in the next 3 years. I see the complete picture of what it can be versus what it is now. And we're on the road. We're absolutely on the road here. And realistically, I wish Foreman was better than he is, but I mean, that's what you're expecting to get is about 2.5 something, and I don't know. It's just we got the wrong people in. So let's start building, So I think we play a game of keep versus toss, and then we go from there, which we did, to begin the stream here, is keep versus toss. Who are we keeping? Who are we trading? Who are we tossing? Keep, trade, toss. That old game we used to play as kids, kiss, marry, kill. That's exactly what we're doing here. Long time Niner fan says, agree on the turf. Yes, sir. There's scientific proof, man. See, we even got a Niners fan agreeing with this. Come on. We even got a Niners fan agreeing on this. How many of y'all's players got injured because of that turf on Sunday? I want to know how many of y'all's players got hurt on that turf rather than just the grass that y'all are used to playing on. I mean, this is crazy, dude. I mean, this is your clue, Mr. Tepper. We got fans of other people's teams saying this stuff. And I think it would be hilarious if you saw in tweets like, oh, a Niners fan says, our players got injured because of your turf, or the Giants fan saying, oh, our players got injured because of your turf. It would be hilarious. I'd be like, yep. Been saying it. You're preaching to the choir here with the crew, man. I'm telling you. You are preaching to the choir. Because we already know about it. So, let's take a look at our schedule. Let's not even worry about the division rivals at the moment. Let's just focus on our schedule. Based on who we have left. Outside of our schedule. Then we'll figure out the division. Because the division's a little complicated right now. With everything going on. We don't know patterns-wise who these guys are. So, we do know who the Rams are. So, looking at the Rams, and just give me a minute. I'm going to get us to it. We do know who the Rams are. This is a 2-3 team. Second in the West. Alright, so let's kind of look at these scores a little bit. You got that L to the Bills, not a surprise. You got the win over the Falcons. I mean, defensively, you're still giving up buckets of points in the first 2 weeks. But the Falcons' offense is revamped in those first 2 weeks. Alright, so defense starts to kick in. They give up 12. Rams offense kind of slows down a little bit, puts up 20 against Arizona. Then you got the Niners game, where the defense gives up 24 and the offense doesn't score. You know, they face the Cowboys. Defense gives up 22. They don't score. So I think you might see a flip-flop this weekend coming up against us. I think that Rams offense is finally going to turn back on, but their defense is going to slack. And this is an opportunity for us, you know, if we're able to take advantage of it. Or are they going to be that same team that played the 49ers and the Cowboys and give up 24 points a game, which our offense is capable of getting if we use them correctly? Big question right there. Big question. So which Rams team are we getting? We'll know in that first quarter. We'll also know who Ben Mcadoo is in that first quarter. So I'm asking y'all, pay attention in that first quarter, because that is going to tell us exactly who he is. First quarter and a half, as a matter of fact. I'll be generous. I'll give him a quarter and a half. And I'm being more generous than I probably should be. But I want to know who this dude is. You know, and is he the same guy that we've been running offense off of before? Or are we running the same? Or are we running a different offense than Matt Rhule was holding him back from? So we might have a shot in this one. Might is a very, I don't know. I'm 60-40 leaning towards the Rams. Sorry, I got an itch. 60-40 in favor of the Rams to win there. Looking at the rest of the schedule, you've got Tampa, Falcons. Let's look at the Bengals. I believe the Bengals are not doing very well. Excuse me. They're doing well enough to stick around, but offensively they're really struggling. And this is an opportunity for us. If you look at it, wait a minute. I was looking at ours. Never mind. Long night. Let's look at the Bengals. The Bengals. Okay, yeah, they're up and down right now. I apologize about that. So the Steelers. Steelers game, they put up 20. They give up 23. Cowboys game, they put up 20. Relatives of 17 points there. Give up 20. They actually beat the Jets, surprisingly, and the Dolphins the week after, putting up 27 each in those two games. Their defense plays well. And then the roof caves in against Baltimore. 19-17, so they're right back where they were. Now this Cincinnati team plays against the Saints, who have just fixed their offense, but have a terrible defense. Falcons, who just lost their offense, and did not find their defense either in that game. The Browns, who are still struggling as well, but surprisingly know exactly who they are. And then they face us. So, is this going to be the same team that played Baltimore and the Cowboys? Or is it going to be the same team that played against the Jets and Dolphins? Because if it's the team that played against the Jets and Dolphins and we're not scoring over 17 points, we're in trouble. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because they can rack up 27 against us. Easy. Probably 35. So, I mean, I got questions about that one. I think that's going to be an L. Alright, going back to our schedule. If we want to look at Baltimore, we're Baltimore, the way they're playing right now, 3-2. This is another one I wanted to look at. Baltimore's been playing well. They're better than that 3-2 record. I can definitely tell you that. You know, you got a 24-9 win over the Jets, and you're thinking, okay, it's a typical Jets team week 1. You know. But you look at Baltimore week 2, that Jets win looks a little more impressive. Baltimore loses 42-38 against the Dolphins. So Baltimore puts up 38 points, but they give up 42, so they still got to figure out that defense. They give up 26 points against the Patriots, so that defense is still struggling. But their offense is still strong. So they get the win 37-26. Against the Bills, they barely take that 3-game loss to the Bills. That defense gives up 23. Still really average looking. Below average, to be honest with you. A little bit pedestrian. You got 20 points by the Ravens offense in that game. Not the greatest, but it works. And then over the Bengals, 19-17. So that defense starts to kick in against the Bengals. But their offense starts to continually slow down into a decline. And it's going to keep continuing with the Giants game. So the Giants will get a win there. The Browns likely will too. And then Tom Brady's going to shred them. Because by that point, Tom Brady should be back to his old self. By the 27th. I'm thinking he might be. The Saints have found their offense, so they'll shred him. But that'll be a high-scoring game. Now, against us, our offense can't put up any points. Our defense will be on the field for a long time, so they'll shred our defense. That's a loss. Thus far, this is what we're looking at. I mean, I'm just taking it game by game, guys. We're going back in. Denver, we should be able to beat Denver. Denver looked really weak. Seattle, Seattle's been up and down. We may have a shot. Pittsburgh has been really low lately. We may have a shot there. Detroit, again, like I said, lost their offense against New England. Now, is that a fluke? Or is the Patriots defense really playing that far ahead during that game? Big question mark.
Had one of the best plays you'll ever
And
see
then you
in the
finish up
NFL
with
with that
the
touchdown against the Rams.
Oddly enough, I mean, look at the gap right here that he's about to run through. I'm not even going to show you the play, but just look at the gap. Look where everybody's running to. So there you go. Just shows you the push on the D-line that we're not getting. But realistically, if you look at it outside of the division, we are looking at... That's an L. That's an L. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 3 possible wins outside of our division. I don't know about the Lions. Lions are 50-50 right now. We got a lot of question marks when it comes to them right now. But if you want to be real about it, that's a 50-50, man. So, looking at our division rivals, and, well, of course, we will, of course, start with the Tampa Bay Bucks, because that's going to be your division leader. And the next division team that we're playing besides Atlanta. So let's take a look at Tampa. Tampa putting up a strong showing against the Cowboys, won that game, beat the Saints, so that is a division win for them. 20-10. Faced the Packers in Tampa Bay, 14-12. Taking the L there. They only put up 12 against that Green Bay team. So, Chiefs game. Obviously, more high scoring, gunslinger type game. Tampa's defense crumbles and give up 41 points against Mahomes and that dangerous looking Chiefs offense. And that's your typical Chiefs offense right there. They come back, they play the Falcons, 21-15. You know, back to where these numbers should be. 21 to 21-15 is probably what you should expect. Now, if we don't score 17 points, we're in trouble. That's what that score is going to look like against us, 21-15, in favor of Tampa. If we do put up the points that we're supposed to put up, we could have a chance to win this game. Could being the operative word, because you're still dealing with Tom Brady. And Tom Brady is Tom Brady. Let's face it. He is who he is. Alright, so we faced him twice. First time we faced him was week 7. At home. That's our opportunity to take a W. Right there. 2 weeks from now, that is our opportunity. If we ever want one. Yeah. Panthers champions, huh? I'll tell you what, it'll feel real good to see our name next to the word champions again, if we ever earn it. Right now, we gotta earn it. I like that, though. Alright, Atlanta. Atlanta. Now, 2-3 record. They lost to the Saints 27-26. Close game there. Saints put up just as many points as they are with Marcus Mariota. Rams game, they lost 31-27, putting up a really good fight. Rams looked like they were Super Bowl contenders again, you know. But that Rams defense looked, you know, a little suspect. Falcons walk in, beat the Seahawks 27-23 in Seattle. So you're thinking, okay, well, this is one of the weaker defenses in the league. They're giving up 27, 27, and then 20 to the Browns. And 27 to the Saints. One of the weaker ones out there. But their offense is keeping up. And that's the good thing about it. You know, and the Lions could say the same thing. This is part of that weird part of the year, you know. And then finally the Buccaneers, 21-15. Loss. So they gave up 21 points again. But their offense only put up 15, which is kind of curious. That's the lowest so far in their campaign so far. Now, put all of that together, they face us. I think that offense is going to be top notch. They're going to put up 27 against us. Now it's up to us whether we are going to be able to respond or not. You know, can we respond? If it's going to be the 17 points, then we're screwed. If it's going to be more than 17 points, then let's show them what we can do. You know, 24 points ain't going to cut it with these guys. Nah. Not unless their offense is having a bad day. You know. And we can make them have a bad day if we ramp up our pass rush and stop the run. We can make them have a bad day. And we play these guys twice. Mind you. Excuse me, guys. I'm tired. It's late, but I'm trucking through. For everybody here, man. But, yeah. Then you got the Saints. Let's talk about the Saints. Let's talk about them Saints. The Saints, as you can see, got that win over the Falcons. 27-26. But lost to the Bucs 20-10. This team is a very, very curious case here. Because we beat them once with 22 points. And their offense continued to struggle after that Falcons game. Defense struggled a little bit too. And they played the Vikings. And that offense finally started waking up. They got 25 points. Defense still struggling, 28. Played the Seahawks. And finally got the win, putting up 39. But they gave up 32 on defense. That defense really needs some work. It's getting worse by the week. So if we continue that trend, they'll struggle against the Bengals, the Ravens, the Rams, the Niners. They'll struggle against Brady. They'll probably play well against the Falcons. Struggle against the Browns here. Who knows how the Eagles are undefeated right now? It's still crazy to look at schedule-wise, but hey, who knows what that game's gonna look like later. And then they play us to end the season. So realistically, when you put it all together, we're looking at 3 to 4 wins. Frankly, that's not enough. That's a 4-win season. Not enough to keep Steve Wilkes around as a head coach probably, but to keep his name in the hat. And that's the important thing, is keep his name in the hat. Because if his name is in the coaching hat, we have a chance of keeping him here. And with the proper talent around him to coach, proper drafting, and with the right mechanics and everything coaching-wise taught, this team could be built upon his shoulders next year. It could be. His, Frankie's, CMC, DJ, all their shoulders. We could have something big. You know, how willing are you going to take this to the next level? How much are you willing to push to get there? Like I said, it's a weird year. I don't know what's going to happen, man. But I'm just following trends right now. That's what I'm basing my projections on. And the thing is, you got teams like the Jets and the Lions screwing up that little projection board. So I have no idea what this year is going to look like at the end of this. It could be limbo, man. It could straight up be limbo. We don't know. So I agree with Tepper when he says be patient. Be patient, y'all. We gonna see something, man. But we ain't gonna see it this year, I don't think. In conclusion, I'm going to say let's try for the number 1 pick. That is my decision. That I think we should follow through on. Now, in order to do that, 3 wins max. I think we can handle that, right, folks? This schedule, I think that's possible. You know, yes, you do want to come in with a winning attitude. Yes, you do want to come in winning and motivated. Yeah. But we don't have the talent. That's the problem. That's why, you know, I'm willing to push for that number 1 draft spot right now. We have a plan. You know, we're going to look at what players are available in the top 5. We're going to see what we can do. Would I be mad if we ended up in the top 10 again? No. You know, after winning about 5 or 6 games. No. Not at all. Because I know either way we win. Because we have Scott Fitterer off the chain and able to pick who he wants to pick. You know, he's not restricted anymore. He's free. The big dog is free, man. And I can't wait to see what that freedom brings us. I don't know about y'all, but I cannot wait to see what that freedom brings us, man. With Steve Wilkes in control of this team. That's going to be sick as heck to watch, man. God, it's going to be fun. Oh, yeah. I'm big time excited. I don't know about y'all, but I'm big time excited, man. This is... What a great day. What a great day. Raise those drinks up if you're having fun like me, man. Raise them up. Cheers. Whatever you're drinking, man. To a new day in Carolina. God, it tastes so sweet. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's have some fun, man. Let's have some fun. We went through pretty much all this stuff, man, and all the serious stuff. So let's have a little fun, you know? Let's go on the Facebook page. Let's take a look at what we got here. I want to see some comments. I want to see some comments. And by the way, if you get this message right here from Facebook saying we limit how often you can post, comment, or do other things in a given amount, what you would want to do is just like send that stuff to me that you want to post, you know, and send that message to me, whatever message you get saying that you can't post it, and to make sure that I know that Facebook is being a troll, you know, and I'll post it for you, okay? Not a problem. Happy to do it, guys. Facebook algorithm, there's nothing much you can really do about it. You know, if your settings are fine on your profiles, then it's Facebook. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Let me show y'all who is still available to be fired. We still have assistant head coach Jeff Nixon that needs to go. We got defensive run game coordinator Mike Sararvo. We got cornerback coach Evan Cooper. Pass game coordinator Matt Lombardi. Tight end coach Kevin Gilbride. Which would explain why our tight ends have been struggling. Pass game coordinator Matt Lombardi would explain why our pass game is struggling. Our defensive run game, Mike Sararvo. That explains why our run game is struggling. Because he's the one that requested all those players. Moving on. The last guy, strength and conditioning coach Jeremy Scott, needs to go. Strength and conditioning assistant Thomas Barbeau needs to go as well. All of them need to go eventually. But the two I'm centered in on, again, is Jeremy Scott and, of course, Ben Mcadoo. Those are the two. I need to see those two gone. As soon as we can make that happen. Y'all know who the replacements need to be. On offense, you know, it's quite obvious who we need to put in. And that is, of course, Sean Ryan. And I'm surprised we even have a pass game specialist. Clueless a little bit. Matt. I could be wrong, but he, in that picture, he kind of looks clueless. But, hey. These are Baylor people, man. These are Baylor people and Temple people. These are Matt Rhule people. But, yeah. Jarrett Washington is assistant to the head coach. So, yes, they've made the appropriate changes already. All right. But yeah, we know who needs to get changed out. It's quite obvious at this point. Having a bit of fun here. Snow. There's where I broke the news. Snow has been fired. Yep. And I mean, even on our own page, man, we're just celebrating. It's just a massive celebration. We're continuing yesterday's celebration of the 500 members on the Facebook page. And it's just so much fun. The celebration continues. You know, with this big news today. We must retool, not rebuild. There you go. It was suggested that we trade CMC in a first for Roger Stafford for the former Rams Pro Bowler. I mean, it's tempting. I'm not gonna lie, it's tempting. We need a left guard, but I don't know that it's that tempting. Now here's something interesting here. Matt Rhule and Ben Mcadoo have increasing communication issues, quote unquote. Now, does anybody know if this is true or not? This came over Panthers Wire on USA Today. You know, is that true? Something worth keeping an eye on. Luke Kuechly is close with Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Luke coming back in some capacity. He's currently one of the analysts on the Panthers radio broadcast. Here's the problem with that. You had one of the other Panthers players, I think it was a former Panthers player, say he's off the table. Completely off the table. Leave him alone. So we'll see about that, right? The CMC trade rumors are false. That's what I've heard. But the DJ Moore ones and the TMJ ones so far have been legitimate. Teams have called. As far as Team J is concerned, maybe. Oh, it's a true source? Which source then? Which source is it, Lock Poppy? I mean, if it's a legitimate one, you know, we'll seriously look at it and entertain it. You know what I mean? But right now, I'm still saying I don't think so on the trade with CMC. No. Able to give up right now. Even injured the way he is. Source, trust me, bro. That's not a source. That's not a source, bro. Oh my goodness. You just trying to be funny now. That's cute. But yeah, if there's a legit one out there, we'll take it seriously. Most likely we're gonna say no to most trades out there, just outright, because they're gonna be so outlandish. It's not even gonna be worth looking at. About 90% of those trade offers are gonna be tossed out the window. I can already tell you that. Because Scott Fitter's got some sort of trade value in mind. You know, for each one of these players, he knows the correct value and how much we should ask for in return versus how much we should get. You know, and it was evidenced with the LaVisca trade. It was evidenced with a couple of other moves that we made. The fact that Robbie Anderson was worth a third is accurate. I mean, it is what it is. It's common sense. You know, it's proper value. So, when you're talking CMC, he's worth a first and another player, probably. More than 2 firsts is stretching it. For me. I mean, I wouldn't even offer a quarterback for 2 firsts. That's just real talk. I wouldn't. Unless you're talking an elite quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan. You know, well, Matt Ryan just got moved for like a fifth. But nowadays, like, that quarterback system of views is kind of messed up because of Stafford. That's how it started. And then you got Watson that screwed it up as well. I mean, you go back and look at the tapes, man. It's weird. Looking at some of these trade values for quarterbacks. So, you move on down the line and you say, okay, well, how much is Baker Mayfield worth? How much is Sam Darnold worth? You know, if you plan on moving PJ, how much is he worth? You know, it's a weird circle that never seems to end when you start moving players. And these teams start circling around like sharks. They say, okay, you're going to retool, you're going to rebuild, we're here for it. Come on. What y'all want? What y'all want? Let's hear it. Well, what we want is some picks. And the reason being is we can do a lot more with picks right now. They're a lot more valuable now that Scott has been freed up. So, depending on what you want to do with those picks, that's the key. If you want to push those picks and get something, let's go get them. You know, if you want to play around with them and be lazy with them, then, you know, let's try to keep the players that, for the most part, that we have, because some of these guys just need coaching. You know, like I said, DJ just needs coaching. CMC just needs coaching. You know, because of the line. You know, you coach the line, you get a proper line. That's coaching. So, some of this stuff we can solve in other ways, other than moving them. And it can be done in-house. You don't need to really push that far out. And it's tricky, man. It's tricky. There's a lot of ways that this can go sideways with the wrong coaching. And I'm glad we got the right coaching staff in now that will get the job done right. Steve Wilkes has a hunger to get this job done right, and he will put this roster together. He will make things happen. I guarantee it. Now, you may not see results this year, but David Tepper is a patient man, and I guarantee you Steve Wilkes' name will be in that hat at the end of the year. He has already said it will be. So, this year may not even... It may or may not impact his choice as far as head coach. So, alright, Steve. Let's see what you got, man. I'm looking forward to this. I want to see what this man's got. How well can you command this locker room right now? Just right from the get-go. How can you get these guys on board on day one? I'll tell you how you get them on board. Get rid of Phil Snow. That's how you get them on board. You get rid of that assistant special teams coach right off the gate. Bold moves. That's how you get these guys' attention. And tell them you mean business. And I mean within the hour of being hired. He had those guys in his office within the hour. I was like, yes, 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 keep it coming. Keep it coming. Yes, yes. Next. 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 Come on. If you hear your name called as a head coach, as a coach on this staff right now, next. Come on. Who else wants the axe? I know y'all are Matt Rhule people. Quit hiding. Quit hiding. Quit hiding in your little coffee room. Taking coffee breaks. You know. No. Come here. You're next. He says, I need to talk to you. It's like, y'all better get your act together. Because y'all are next. We ain't doing this nonsense no more. This ain't about to be the same old funny games circus Olympics up in here in Carolina. The same old bar dance. No, we done. We done. It's a new chapter. I'm in control now. Yeah, I'm making some serious changes. We about to get serious. This team's about to get real. Under Steve Wilkes. I am beyond excited to see this. God, I'm beyond excited. I asked for this. And I got what I asked for. Now, let the fun begin. And I said, what? Immediately, as soon as I saw him take over, I was like, let's get to work, boys. Let's get to work. Alright, so I'm going to the Panthers page. Hold up. Alright. So, y'all saw that Tepper press conference, I'm sure, where he blasted the article writer. He blasted the article writer. And I was like, okay. This is how this is going to end? Okay. I'm here for it. I'm here for it, big dog. Y'all know how I feel about the media right now. He feels the same way. He's tired of it too. You could look at him. You could look at his face the entire press conference. He said, "Man, I'm just here because I have to be." He's pulling the whole. I'm just here so I won't get fined. I'm just here so I won't get fined. Except in Tepper's case, it's just like, I'm here so I won't get in trouble with the NFL. I'm here so I won't get in trouble with the NFL. We just got to get over the hump. You know? We just got to get over the hump. And we're not getting over the hump. We got to get over the hump. So you finally had this one reporter ask, what is the hump? And he goes, the hump is winning. Simply put, it's winning. Making progress towards winning. You know what? Suddenly, that phrase doesn't sound so doggone bad anymore. After hearing it about a half dozen times during this press conference. Suddenly, it takes on a whole new meaning. Doesn't it, folks? I said, that is what I want to hear from my owner. Right there. That's what I want to hear. We want a winning culture. And he said to have patience. Which a lot of people don't have patience. But he said to have it anyway. So I said, okay. Let's go. I'm with Wilkes. I stand by Wilkes. I can have 2 years worth of patience with Wilkes. I'm down, man. Let's go. I'm with him. If I had to put a starting timeline on him, 2 years. And I know he's going to put up the progress in those 2 years that I'm looking for. I know he is. I don't have to question it. So you know what? I don't need to question it. At all. I can be patient. I can follow that. Because I know Steve Wilkes has a plan. You know how I know Steve Wilkes has a plan? Because he just got... He wouldn't have done that if he didn't have a plan. So, I mean, let's read some of these comments, man. This is wild stuff. And my reaction on their page was, finally! Now let's get to work, gentlemen. First order of business, fire all of Matt's crew and that staff. Second order of business, reorder that depth chart so we can start winning again. Point blank, period. Point blank, period, y'all. Y'all already know. It's time, y'all. I want y'all to see some of these comments from these people. I want y'all to see some of these comments. I want to enjoy this with y'all. Record-breaking likes on this post. Breaking in record-breaking time. That speaks volumes. Yes, it does. Alright. Some people think the quarterback needs to go. I happen to disagree. I think Baker will be okay. Just give him... He's been given a lot of opportunities to right the ship, but something is clearly missing. With this season we're having, it's time for a new quarterback, the new coach, takes the organization in a better direction. Hopefully Wilkes can make this season fun without totally killing our draft prospects. Yeah, true, man. True. Well said. I like that one. Good luck to Rhule wherever he lands, but this had to happen. Mcadoo can go too. Not happy with Baker, but still willing to give him time. Now that the anchor is gone, we rarely had an O-line that could protect any quarterback consistently, so beef up. Facts. Facts right there. Finally, somebody that speaks English in this comment section. I like it. Finally. Somebody that gets it. Alright. Oh, this is a joke one. Now we can get Tim Tebow at quarterback and all our issues are solved. Oh my god, I love y'all. I love y'all, for real. Some of y'all are just some clowns, man. For real. Alright, let's go. Tapper should be fired himself. Yeah, hire a football guy to run the entire operation. He's not capable of making personnel decisions, clearly. I don't know. He just chose Wilkes. That's a good choice. This absolutely the right move. Next, get rid of OC. I love watching all these fans with short memories seem to forget about all the quarterbacks of the past. No quarterback will be successful behind the O-line we have had since their first run with Cam. Facts. Say it louder for the people in the back, Larry. Say it louder. These people ain't listening, bro. I'm telling you. They aren't listening. Put a line that can give the quarterback time to go through his progressions, and maybe we'll have something. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Baker, when healthy, carry Cleveland to the playoffs. Let's get an O-line and at least give him a chance to shine again. O-line is what killed Cam and every quarterback since then. Defense cannot stay on the field the entire game. Preach! God, I love Larry. Let's go. I love that. I love that right there. Say it louder, man. These people don't want to hear it. They want to keep blaming everybody but the line. And all these other people are just like, ooh, blame the quarterback. Blame everybody but the quarterback. No. It's the line. The line dictates everything. It dictates everything that you're doing. If your line is not solid, if it is the wrong type of line, your offense is going to die. Basically, simply put, if it ain't solid, your offense is dead. Line in the defensive line. On each side of the ball. It's simple football logic. Some of these people don't have it. For real. Some of these people don't have that logic. And we just sit here going, okay. Have it your way. Keep running through quarterbacks. They're going to be running for their life. I mean, look at how many injured quarterbacks we had between 2016 and 2020. Then come back and talk to me. Actually, scratch that, 2022. How many injured quarterbacks do we have now? I'll wait. I'm still waiting on your answer, guys. You know, still waiting. About 5 weeks later, they're still saying the same stuff. Still waiting. It's the same nonsense, man. I'm telling you. I read this stuff every week and I can just go, really? Y'all just ain't getting it. And y'all ain't gonna get it. Alright, so let's see. Go ahead and laugh, Ron. The Panther Nation still loves you. Yeah, we still love him. But he was a terrible coach for us in 19. Terrible. He did a lot of things that pissed me off in 19. That was the last straw for me. But whatever, man. Whatever floats y'all's boat. Such an amazing movie. The best roster team is... okay. We might have lost yesterday, but we won with this. It's sad he lost his job, but this was a great decision. Facts. We might have lost the battle, but we won the war, y'all. That is big facts. And again, I hate seeing coaches get fired, man. I hate calling for people's jobs. That is not who I am as a YouTuber. I don't like doing it. Unless we absolutely have to. And, you know, we put up with him, and put up with him, and put up with him. But we all know he was the root of the problem. I mean, it's obvious. When 90% of your fan base agrees, that's bad news. That's bad news, Bears. You know something's wrong. And it's a shame, and I do wish him the best of luck. I hope he find success somewhere else, wherever he ends up. You know, he's a great guy and is just not the right fit for us. You know, it's just not the answer here. Maybe he'll be the answer somewhere else, but not here. Honestly, I don't think that would make much difference. The team is not in good shape, and replacing the head coach won't change that. It changes everything. John, if you ain't seen it now, you ain't going to. With all due respect, buddy. It had to be done, dude. Lost the confidence of the team, and it showed no promise whatsoever. Wish him the best moving forward. Facts. It happens better sooner than later. Yes. He'll be head coach at OU next year. Facts. Oddly enough, that's where Baker came from originally. Go figure. Ugh. I need Matt Rhule to reimburse me my beer. Heck, I wasted 3 cases on my floor, cussing him out yesterday, and Baker Mayfield need to be next. Oh my god. Yeah, that's funny. Oh wow. Why is everybody trashing Baker? He's an amazing quarterback. Matt Rhule was the problem. Even McCaffrey's game was suffering under that guy. Exactly, man. Exactly. When's Ben Mcadoo going to get the boot? Because many of us can call offensive plays better. He's also not even trying to get Baker Mayfield throwing lanes. Dude, true. Been saying it. Crazy Jerry never fired a coach mid-season. Tepper has done it twice in 3 years. Shows you don't know how to run a team without telling us you don't know how to run a team. I don't know, man. I don't know. The coaching was the problem. But, you know. This man should be locked up for the robbery he committed in Carolina. Oof. Ouch. That's a comment right there. Ouch. I mean, you're not wrong. That was thievery. He stole 3 years from us. You're not wrong, bud. I wish him success at the college level. He'll be just fine. He'll be the next head coach in an elite college. Just wasn't the right fit for a pro team. There are great college coaches that have just not been successful at the pro level. Spurrier, Saban. You know, that being said, the problem is the owner. Yeah. No. 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 Gotta disagree with you on that one, with all due respect. There's been some college coaches that have actually succeeded in the NFL. Urban Meyer is not one of them. Chip Kelly is not one of them. You know, Saban would come up here and be successful, I think. Give Saban a shot. Spurrier, no. He wouldn't. Thanks for the time, Coach Rhule. That was a needed move, but I still wish him well. Now stop being cheap. Get a real quarterback and a real O-line to protect him. Get you a coach that believes in the players, not one is on sale. There's a lot of people saying that. Instead, when someone loses their job, however, performance speaks for itself. Our own line is horrible. Let's work on that. Alright. Took you long enough. Don't pay the next guys so much money they have no motivation. Ouch. Ooh. You are not wrong, buddy. You are not wrong. Celebration. Love it. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Hope he finds work elsewhere. Maybe college. I mean that. But it's a great day to keep pounding. Yes, it is. I think we're going to end with that comment right there. But y'all see this, man. Y'all see all these comments. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in Carolina. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. If you live in Charlotte. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Matt Rhule is not our neighbor anymore. Yeah. Oh, it's a beautiful feeling. Send him back to college. Maybe he'll have better luck there, man. For real. I really do wish him luck. It is time to take back our house. Now is the time. We are done screwing around. We're done fooling around. The circus is gone. Let's take back our house. Let's clean it up. Let's retool this team. And let's start getting back on a winning track again. No more dilly-dallying. No more passing go and collecting $200. This ain't Monopoly anymore. Let's get back on a winning track. We're here, man. This is a new beginning. We're here for this new chapter in this Panthers franchise. Let's take advantage of it. Let's use it for what it is, man. You know? Let's build a winning culture. Let's build a team that is motivated, technique oriented, passionate, and ready to come out here and win. And win for Wilkes. Because I believed in Steve Wilkes. I believe in everything this man is doing. I believe in everything he wants to do. I believe he can do this, guys. He can command a locker room. He can command the field. He can command everything he's doing. And I believe in Steve Wilkes. I'm putting my foot down, and I'm in favor of Steve Wilkes. I'm saying it right now. He is the future. You want a man that will right the ship? This is it. We have the opportunity to become one of the best franchises in the entire NFC. And it's coming. It is coming. The future is right there. All you have to do is build it. This is going to take 2 or 3 years. I'm going to say that right now. But once it's finished, this is going to be Steve Wilkes' masterpiece. If his name is still in that hat, at the end of this coaching chase, man, this will be his masterpiece to create. If it's Sean Payton's, then it's Sean Payton's. But I'll say this, man. Whoever we're bringing in here better have balls of fire. Because that's what it's going to take to control this locker room. They better have a spine and a backbone. That's what it's going to take. If you don't have that, take your butt back to the back of the line. And Steve Wilkes has got it. He's already proven it day one to everybody. He sent a clear message. He sent a clear message, ladies and gentlemen. It could not be any clearer. This dude is hungry. He wants those wins. And if I'm the rest of the coaching staff right now, watch your butts. Because y'all are next. It's time. Take back the house. Y'all know what the priorities are. We got to get the strength and conditioning coach out of here. And we got to get Ben Mcadoo out of here. Let's get Sean Ryan up there, man. Let's get that quarterback's coach raised up. That's what it is. That's what it's going to take. Ask that quarterback's coach if he's got a plan. Go talk to him. Tomorrow morning, go talk to him. Real talk. Let's just see what his playbook looks like. If you like it, fire Ben Mcadoo immediately. Just don't even stop. Don't even waste time. Just fire him immediately. Because we've seen enough. But I think if you want to give Ben one game, against the Rams, I'm not against it. Because I don't know that we're going to win this game against the Rams, guys. I don't think that we can. So if you want to take a risk and just gamble and see what Ben Mcadoo can do, okay. I'm here for it. I'm not against it right now. I'm here for it. I'm willing to gamble. Let's just see if Matt was holding him back or not. This team, put together correctly, could be one of the most consistent winning NFC teams. Right up there with Green Bay and a few others. For a number of years, if we do this correctly. If we create what we want to create consistently and for a number of years, this could be something to be proud of. This could be an absolute work of art. We're about to have a linebacker core that's literally Luke Kuechly 2.0. Leading it in Frankie Louvu. That's what we're about to get with Al Holcomb. We're about to get an offense hopefully run by this quarterback's coach soon. If Ben ain't it, then he's got to be the guy. Because it's going to be tough to look outside of the coaching ring right now and try to find something. So just promote him, just for the rest of the year. If Ben doesn't work out, go ahead and promote him. It can't hurt. If it doesn't work out, just put him back at quarterback's coach. Not a problem. I mean, you got this. This offense will begin to improve and gel. Put Bozeman in. Reorder that depth chart. We got something good, man. It'll take about two years total before we can have a team worthy of playoff. And I think at the end of those 2 years, after that offseason, this is going to be a nasty crew. It's going to be a nasty crew. Y'all watch what I'm telling y'all. Tepper's right. Be patient. He sees the vision that we see right now. And it's a beautiful vision. And that's why, he's as mad as we are right now at Matt Rhule. That's why he was so pissed off in that press conference. Because he sees the vision too. And he says, it's time. We're making a change, and I'm not screwing around any longer. This is what I want. This is what needs to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Let's do it. Let's do it. Steve Wilkes has got this entire crew motivated now. Even the owner. He got to the owner. He said, okay, this is what I want. Mr. Tepper said, okay. You're hired, sir. Let's go. Let's get to work. It's time. And realistically, Wilkes laid out the plan. Everybody sees it. We're on the fast track. We keep this core together. We try to build on it. Yeah. Y'all get it. Y'all get where this is going. And these streams are going to get more and more exciting every week. The more we build. Scott's off the chain. He can do whatever he wants now. It's time. The change has come. Cheers to a new Carolina Panthers team and a new chapter. And I don't know if y'all are believers, but I sure am today. Cheers to the God that made this happen. There is a God and he cares about this team. Cheers to the big guy. He answers so many people's prayers right now. I can tell you that right now. Normally I try to keep religion and stuff out of it, but you know what? Some days you just gotta toast the king, man. You gotta toast the king. Because when he shines down his blessings on this team, you gotta toast the king. It's not very often you see miracles happen with this franchise. You just gotta appreciate it for what it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. But hey, I think we have covered pretty much everything. Unless y'all want to bring up something. Come on. Anybody y'all want to talk about? Open topic at this point. I am here for it. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I don't know why they're promoting Robbie up here for to try to get people to buy tickets. That's the funny part, man. With Robbie talking about, oh, well, I don't know why the fans are booing type nonsense. Honestly, I don't know why they're promoting him. That makes no sense. But okay. Y'all do what you want to, man. And also, I gotta play this mixed reality game, man. This is just so cool. God, I love this thing. Oh, it's so sick. That is just dope. I'm sorry. Anybody that doesn't like this, I just don't understand why you would not like that. That is just... God, that's fire. And, you know, the thing is, man, we're going to keep pounding. We are absolutely going to keep pounding. And much love to all the new members, all the new subscribers. Y'all some real ones right now, man. For real. I mean, we would not be where we are right now without you guys. And for that, thank you. Thank you so much, man. Every single one of y'all is what makes this stream be amazing and incredible and worth doing every week. Y'all the real ones, man. Cheers to each and every one of y'all. 500, baby. On Facebook. And we're going to get there with 500 subscribers too. We're on the track. The best way you can make that happen is to share the streams. Like and sub. If you haven't already. Seriously, guys. I mean, it's so wonderful, man. Just being a part of this YouTube community and just doing what we do. And having everybody be just real people, man. Just great people here. Y'all are incredible. 490 subscribers right now, man. 490. I'm checking the count right now. And let me say this. It's 490 amazing, kind human beings. You know, that are stuck around. It's not just the number. It's the people that are behind the number. You know what I mean? Because I know these aren't just bots. You know, I know these aren't just people that just randomly like to subscribe and make second accounts and stuff like that just so they can subscribe. I mean, maybe a couple of you are, but hey, whatever, man. It helps out the numbers, man. But this is 500 people that just genuinely care about this team and trying to fix it and trying to make it better. The best team that it could possibly be, franchise wise, inside and out. And respect to all of you. Respect and love to all of you. Y'all make this worth it. Every day. And like I said, man, I could not be doing what I'm doing without y'all. For real. You know, I got people like Lock Poppy, like Vietnam, like David Screws. You know, I've actually met some of y'all in person, man. And, you know, I've personally invited some of you to my page in the channel. And I thank all of you for sticking around. It just means so much to me. You have no idea. You know, whether you watch the streams, whether you watch the videos, whether you just check in once in a while, you know, or whether you're here like all the time. You know, you're all incredible human beings. And it just makes it so much more rewarding to do what I'm doing. And bless each and every one of y'all, man. I hope your days and your weeks get so much better. And I hope I'm helping with that. You know, with my content. So that I'm giving out for free, and I love doing it. You know, I don't believe in charging people, man. I don't know. It just ain't right. For my channel and what we do, it just ain't right. We do this stuff for free, man. Because I believe that if I were ever to be hired to any of those spots up in Charlotte in the Panthers organization, I would not be able to accept a dime. Honestly, honest to God, you could pay off my rent, you could pay off my bills and everything, and put food on my table, but after that, I don't want another dime. I care about this team that much. Seriously, real talk. I care about this team that much, man. Like, I would legit drive up there 2 hours just to get a job with the Panthers. I would. Every day, I would do it. Whether I lose sleep or not. That is dedication. That is loyalty. That's something you can't buy that. You know, I would go up to North Carolina just to see one of our subscribers and talk to them and just have fun and have lunch, you know? Any of y'all. Real talk. That's how much y'all mean to me, man. Y'all are family. Y'all are brothers and sisters. And I legit care about y'all that much. Like, I truly care about everybody's well-being. And that's why, you know, I'm so excited to see this franchise get better and start healing. We have fixed the root of the problem. Now we can begin to heal under Steve Wilkes. And thank God. Like, it's beyond time to start healing as a franchise. Y'all know it as well as I do. We've been through so much crap. It is time. God, it's been beyond time. I know y'all are as emotional about this as I am today. And y'all have shown it on Twitter, y'all have shown it on Facebook, y'all have shown it on Instagram, everywhere. And I want to thank y'all. The boycott is officially over. Spread the word. The boycott is over. Go to the stadium. Buy the tickets. Buy the merch. Buy the food. Mr. Tepper has heard us, and he is listening. The boycott is officially over. It's time. I'm gonna celebrate it with a Frankie Louvu jersey. As a matter of fact, I might just do it. I've been on the fence for like 3 weeks now, whether I should buy this jersey or not. You know, cause honestly, because of this issue with Matt Rhule, I was on the fence, dude. But now I am definitely leaning towards getting a Frankie Louvu jersey. He's earned my respect. He's earned my love right now as a Panthers fan. And I couldn't think of anybody better to buy a jersey of right now, other than CMC himself. You know? Come on. Show this man some love. If you're thinking about buying your next jersey, make it a Frankie Louvu jersey. Seriously. You will not regret it. I don't do this for just everybody, y'all. Said player has to earn it. Okay? They've got to earn it. I don't just buy it for everybody. They got to go beyond and above what they were supposed to do and asked to do. And Frankie's done just that. Every bit of that. And then some. So, Frankie, man, God, man, if I see this dude out in the streets, man, I'm gonna give him a hug. I'm gonna straight up give him a hug. Real talk. This man was one of the few players on this team during this stretch that stuck it out and was like, man, I don't care how many Panthers fans are in that stadium. I don't care how much Matt Rhule is going to weigh us down. I don't care how much garbage we got to sit through. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to hit people. I'm going to do what I do. And I want to win, doggone it. I'm going to be the best player I could possibly be. That's the type of players I want on this roster. That's the type of players. That's the type of guys that have a fire in their veins. And really want to be here in Carolina. So if you are one of those players, hats off to you. You got my respect right now. Because that takes spine. And this team's been in short supply of it lately. But under Steve Wilkes, we're about to get a lot more of it. Yes! Let's go in there and take care of business, man. Let's get to work. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. I'm ready. How about y'all? It's a new day in Carolina, baby. It's a new day. It's a new day. Hey, show some love. Hit that like button. Hit that sub button, man. I appreciate everybody that's been up in here, man. Y'all are awesome people. And let's do a few shout outs, man. Let's do it. Alright, so we got Lock Poppy, we got Vietnam, we got let's see, The Real Zero Chill. Finally coming back up in here, man. Appreciate you. Geoff. Trill, what's up with you? Long time Nodder fan. How you doing? Appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to Demetric. We got Sean. And we got Corey McKinney in the Facebook. And of course, my big time friend, David Screws. He was joining us earlier. Or as you know him on Facebook, David Kesha. So, appreciate you so very much for coming up on here. And anyone else that wants to join the Zoom chat, y'all know how to do it. Zoom chat is on the pin post up here in blue. Y'all know I gotta put it in blue, because that's what our channel is, you know. But if y'all want to be a part of that, on any of these streams, I always post the ID, I always post the password. Zoom is a bit sketchy, but it always is what it is. Like my man said, I'm gonna look into what was it? What did he say? What did he say I should look into? Discord? Okay. I'm gonna look into Discord, man. Thank you so much. But hey, to see what we're seeing right now, y'all already know. If you want to be in on this stream later on, man, that's what you gotta do. But yeah, we're about to get up out of here, man. It's almost 5 hours, you know, almost 5 hours streaming. I'm a little tired, and I kind of want to enjoy the rest of my week, man. But y'all enjoy this victory, man. Y'all enjoy this victory Monday. This one's for you. Man, it is so fun having 5 people in here even this late at night. That is crazy. Y'all some night owls, and I love it. Yes. Y'all that hyped up? Y'all are that hyped up right now? Y'all gotta keep coming back up in here? Hey. Much love, man. Much love. Even this late at night. That's what's up, man. But yeah, we're about to get up out of here, man. It's been a blast. But we got other stuff to do, you know what I mean? You know. Hey, I got one last thing to say, I guess. And y'all already know what it is. Y'all ain't even got to guess. You already know. Because it's the same thing we always say. Always. You already know. Keep pounding, baby. I'll holler at y'all next stream, man. Buddha. Hey, we're gonna do some pregame for the next one on Saturday night. See y'all there. Sometime after 9, look for my posting on Facebook group page, and y'all know exactly when I go live again. Let's get it. Keep pounding, baby.